The most powerful prayer in the Bible is Psalm 91. It is able to protect from any and all harm. Let's pray. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. If you say, "The Lord is my refuge," and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent. For He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because He loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue him. I will protect him, for he acknowledges my name. He will call on me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation.
When you're chosen, you will have a very small circle of friends, if any at all. Your relationships you pursue will often fail. The reason this is happening a lot of times is because you don't understand who you are. You don't understand that you've been chosen. See, God has a purpose for your life. The people you're trying to be involved with and mix and mingle with don't have the same purpose. They don't understand yours, therefore they don't respect yours. Don't be discouraged in these times. Draw closer to the Father. Ask Him to reveal your purpose, your plan, your assignment. This will be something that only the Father will reveal to you. Your success and your anointing and your fulfillment of life and purpose is going to be when you're flowing in this assignment.
When you're flowing in this assignment, we all have a job to do. Sometimes it's tough to do them. It is. Sometimes it's tough to do them. They make it tough. They make it tough. Whether it's dealing with internet companies or the company you work for or anything like that, so many bumps in the road. But seek refuge in Him, and He will protect you and guide you through all of it. And He will show you your purpose. And that's what we have to do, right? Yep. So, Miss Mindersu, I have to say thank you so much for your visit yesterday. I have that generator running right now, and it is doing well. I'm not overtaxing it at all. And it's running the computer with absolutely no problem. And also a light and a fan. So it is doing everything that your husband said that it would do. And I thank you both very much. The second thing I want to tell you is no sooner did you drive off yesterday and then them 4 little ones came out of that pile. I was like, dang nabbit. No sooner did you drive off than one of them actually came in and hung out here in the office for a little bit. But they're leery about the building because all the big dogs are in here. And when they walk outside, they're looking for these big furry beasts to come running them over. So, it's a patience game. It's a patience game. But they're drinking milk. I made up their mix this morning, and they came right out to it. So they're gonna, yeah, I think they're gonna do just great. I do got to get puppy food though as soon as possible. I got to get puppy food, not regular puppy food, but for the little itty bitty puppy food, because yeah, mom is just not she's not up to the task. So, all right, conservative Ant says, "Oh no, JD Vance says tax credits for all families." Guys, he's being weird again. Here we go.
What do you mean by that? There would be like a credit per kid if it's a stay-at-home mom, credit per kid if it's grandma.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a check.
No,
to take care of
that's exactly what I proposed. I'm just saying that I don't want us to favor one family model over another. If you've got grandparents who are at home taking care of the kids, I think they deserve to be treated the same way as other family models by their government.
Gay families, they'd be included. All families.
All families would be included, of course. All families would be included.
What do you mean by that? There would be like a credit per kid.
So you saw his reaction there.
They'd be included. All families. Gay families.
Oh, let me back it up more.
By their government.
Gay families, they'd be included. All families.
All families would be included, of course. All families would be included.
And that's the thing. Okay. You know, it's the no, I have not added the because okay, so normally I just get the regular Royal Canin puppy food, but when they're only like 3 weeks old, I have to go with what's called the petite kibble. And even that I still have to put in the grinder. But it gives them everything that they need, health wise. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. And I can't get it from Walmart. I've got to get it from Amazon or from Royal Canin directly. I'll figure that out. If I get a couple of donations in today, I'll take and get that order in. I got the gas yesterday, so we're fully stocked on gas for the whole week without a hiccup. And if this generator holds up the way that I'm, knock on wood that it does, that this one holds up the way it does, maybe a week and a half, I won't have to worry about getting gas. So. Because this thing is, wow. And it's so quiet. I have my door and my windows wide open right now. And the generator is only 15 feet outside the building. And you can't hear it, can you? Well, maybe you might hear a little bit of a hum in the background, but that'd be about it. I'm trying to be quiet so that you can see if you hear it. But I don't think you do. Because I barely hear it sitting here. So that's great. When the big one's on, oh yeah, when the big one's on, yeah, it sounds like sounds like I have a big giant 50-inch fan running in the background. But back to the topic at hand here, conservative Ant, I have seen some gay couples that have brought up some really awesome kids. Okay. I have. And so I'm not going to discount them from a family environment. Okay. Now we do have some that are manipulative and are groomers of the future generations of degenerate type of activity. But conservative Ant isn't anything like that. From everything that I found out about this guy, from doing a little bit of research, and him being a comedian and everything else, the guy is loves God, loves country, loves family, And those are my three requisites. My prerequisites. Those are the three things that I want every person in my life to believe in: God, family, country. In that order. In that order. You know. Um, okay, so Diana. No, I do not have a Zelle. I'm blackballed from the banks. I can't use a bank. So I only have Cash App. Yeah, I am completely blackballed from the bank. It was let's see, it was in 2020, right after the election, when Mike Lindell came out with the this. Remember, he did the symposium. Well, after the symposium, I bought enough dog beds for all the dogs to have a brand new bed. The next day, the very next day, my account was closed, and I took the check that they mailed me, went back to that bank, cashed it, went down the road to open an account at a different bank, and they're, nope, you're on this list here. We can't give you an account. We can't give you an account. I'm on a list. I'm on a list. Show me the list. And oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah, yeah. So I'm blackballed from the banks. I think after Trump comes back in, I don't think that will be an issue. Um, I think that will get cleared up. Actually, I think once this market crash and the banks crash and everything else, I think that everything will change, and our ability for financial, uh, moving money around and everything else will be good. So I just have Cash App for now. So, and that's in the description for the podcast. If you need a link for that on the Facebook side. So, yeah, but that symposium, yeah, that got me. It was, and that was the thing, was that when the lady said to me at the bank, she said, and you used a code on My Pillow for symposium, and that was what the code was at that time to get a discount. And I was like, yeah. I says, I just got done watching Mike Lindell's symposium, and that's when she told me that I was blackballed, and she was typing away the whole time, So, um, you know, yeah, it's I can't. No, it's Lisa. I'm PayPal took $2,500 from me, and then they closed my account with them because they didn't like what I was saying on my podcast, and then Venmo followed suit about. I would say within about 30 days afterwards, but they're both owned by the same company, so I think it just took time for them to figure out that I was getting money on the other one, um, and which it makes it really really tough in order to do business out here. I got a 30-acre farm, and I can't do and anything because of the fact that I have basically my credit is blackballed right now, so I can't. I pretty much can't do anything. It started with US Bank in Sheridan, Oregon, is where it started. And then the other two banks that I went to, one was one was a Citibank, and the other one was a Wells Fargo, and both of them told me the exact same thing, that I'm on a list and I can't open an account there. So, but now the Fargo that was in Dallas, that's closed. That's no longer there. Yeah, yeah, Parkside, and I appreciate that too. She's, Parkside says I sent him a card with cash in it. I've done it. Yeah, it's what I generally, if I tell people, if you're going to send me cash, take and wrap it in a piece of aluminum foil and then stick it in the card. That way, then if they try to scan it, uh, the scan, it doesn't pick up that there's money in there. So, and honestly, I really don't trust my mail lady at all. But pretty much everything that everybody has said that they sent, I've received. They're just, it's like they'll hold my mail for a few days, sometimes. But that's generally because I'm like the only person who's getting mail on the road or on this street, and she doesn't want to have to come in here and drop in one mailbox. She wants to do the whole block at a time. She's an older lady. She's not gonna be around much longer. There's some young kid was riding with her last week. I think he's in training, and he's kind of he seemed to me like a go getter. He can't wait to do the job because it's like he was watching her. It's like he's like, wow, she is so slow. and it was like he was like, come on, let's go. And she's just like, taking her time and everything else. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, so conservative aunt, good job. Dan Pena. Now this guy is super opinionated, but he's got a prediction here, and I want to share it with you.
Newspapers, the announcers, go over the 3 or 4 headlines, and it said, Harris boyfriend says she slept her way to the top. Now, they didn't discuss that headline on the 12 o'clock news at midnight, which I found amusing. But I mean, it's legendary how her and Willie Brown, the former mayor of San Francisco, had an affair, a lengthy affair. I don't believe she was married. I don't know if he was married. I don't recall. But she was very instrumental. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, I slept a lot with a lot of people. Like I've said, I've had more sex than the goddamn Beatles. But it never, to my best of my knowledge, made me a dime. If anything, it cost me a dime. So I'm sure that's going to come up, and they're going to tear her to pieces. And whether she deserves it or not, I'll let you be the judge. But I told you he was going to win. High performance people make things happen. And I am not opposed to that. In fact, I'm in favor of that. And the current icons that we look at, Jobs, who's dead, of course, Apple, Elon, Jeff, etc., that you all admire, and you should, because I mean they're great role models, but they're all fucking tough as nails. So you pray to what they've accomplished, but for somehow only a fraction of a percent can actually be tough enough to accomplish the kinds of things they did. The most successful people in our program have that toughness. And it's no secret, I lost the election in a landslide. Speaking of landslides, the SNP beat me like a rented horse. Of the 129 seats that they had in Britain, they lost 121. But the 8 that they won, I happened to be in one of the strongholds that they won. And so I was at work the next day, and it didn't bother me. And I'm writing a long letter over my birthday where I'm going away on a special surprise that my wife's giving me that I think everybody in Europe knows about. And I'll write a long letter thanking a lot of people that assisted me, if not with their prayers and with their sometimes their suggestions. But Donald Trump, unless something awful happens, and I don't wish that on him or anybody, should win in a landslide. And the shit is going to hit the fan, and it will be never better for QLA. Thank you very much.
So you notice what he said there. He says, he said he's predicting. He's saying, Donald Trump's going to win. He says, but he says as soon as he wins, the shit's going to hit the fan. But it's going to be better. That was the second thing that he added that on there. And this is the thing is that, now Dan Pina, I have no idea what his association to any other organization or anything. I know that he's I know that he's a billionaire. I know that he's been right about everything that he has said. He was the first one to come out against the climate hoax narrative, and just said, it's bullshit. People who are rich like him just basically want to get richer. And they come up with something new every 10 years in order to have a new scare to put into the people, you know. So, when you got somebody who's one of their own, who's coming out and telling you, hey, this is the deal. Sometimes you just, it doesn't mean you got to send them money. It just means that sometimes it's okay to listen, because you can, even those who have evil intent, when you listen, you can get clues about what they're going to do, and go after, So, they all do. Every, is it Shayna? They all do. Because of the fact that, they they all make money off of it. Every one of them. Every one of them. And this is another thing. And and I was thinking about this. There are people who are personally divested or invested in every stock that they get. Okay. Um, you can, every stock that they have in their portfolio, they themselves chose to be in there. But then there's another group who basically don't know the market that well, and they let these other people manage their stuff. And a lot of times that's where these guys will get duped in, because the stock, the movers of stocks, the stock, I don't know what the hell you call them, the financial advisor is making the decisions. Okay. Just like with your 401ks and stuff like that, you don't get to choose who your company is investing in order to co-opt into your 401k. That's for your what is it, the um unions and stuff like that, it's that kind of thing. um so it's like when you got union workers and everything else. Even the union sometimes doesn't make the decision as to where that money is going, in order to enlarge your 401k. you know so it's like, if you're not personally watching it, then you can get pulled into that crowd who invested in Pfizer or invested in Moderna or something like that. And this is the thing is, I know people, I've had friends in my lifetime, that worked for Pfizer's after World War II. They worked for, from basically 1949, until the 80s, when they retired, 79, the late 70s, early 80s, when they retired, after 30 years, that had thousands and thousands and thousands of shares of Pfizer, that basically got killed off by the same company whose paper that they hold, because, it was the only company that they ever knew about investing in. you know and here is somebody who has enough shares to be a stake, not a shareholder, but a stakeholder in the companies, because after you get past a certain number of shares, then you become a shareholder, and then you go even more shares, then you become a stakeholder, which means that you get a voice, and everything else. But they didn't know what Pfizer was up to. They didn't follow all of that stuff. All they did was followed how the stock either went up or went down. You know, and Pfizer made it to a point where that every couple of years it would reach a certain dollar level, and then the stock would split. So your stock would become twice as much, but you would have to hold that stock for a while before selling any of it off for it to recuperate its value. you know and so the splits gave them more, but the fact of the matter is that a lot of times these people just they don't have a clue. They don't know what the company's investing in order to make their future brighter, and in most cases it's not necessarily doing that. So all right, Washington's Ghost says, if these are the cops that want to extradite American citizens over social media posts, I think we'll be fine.
Would you
I need to speak to you. Are you Robert?
what do you want?
I need to speak to you
You're
about.
speaking to me now. What do you want?
Can you come to the door, please?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
I'm not obliged to come to the door.
Well, I need you to be interviewed. I sent you a letter.
Yeah, I got your letter.
So why didn't you come to the police station?
You what?
Why didn't you come to the police station?
It's not obliged to.
Well, I need to interview you, and if you don't come voluntarily, you might have to be arrested.
Okay. Arrest me then.
Well, I'm not going to do it now.
No, of course not. So get back in your car and off you go.
Could you come to the door, please?
I just said no. What part of no don't you understand?
Well, I don't know why you won't.
I just told you because I'm not obliged to. Nobody's statutorily obliged to go to a voluntary interview.
Well, it's your choice to come.
What part of voluntary don't you understand?
Well, the voluntary is your choice.
Exactly.
So if you don't-
And it's my choice not to go.
Well, yes, and then you'll be arrested, and you'll be taken to custody and interviewed there.
Fine. Then arrest me. But listen, Section 5 is a summary offence, right? You don't have powers under Section 17 to force entry into my house.
Right. Well, then we'll just have to wait until you are found on the street and arrested then, won't we?
Well, you just have to wait for that then, won't you?
Okay, well, you'll be
All this. Oh, you know what? You know what gets me about you? This whole thing, the only reason you're here is because you feel that I've in some way diminished your authority by telling you off, and you can't stand it.
No, I've got evidence that you've committed Section 5 public order offence, and as a police officer, I need,
No, mate, I haven't committed any offence.
well, I need to interview you about it.
So what's the point in the interview then, if I'm not even going to talk to you?
Then you'll go to court, won't you?
So what's the point in interviewing me if I have no intention to talk? Yeah, get back in your car. Go on, get lost. Don't come back.
Oh, yeah. Now, when I first saw this one, I thought that this was Alyssa Milano, but then I realized it's not. But Katerina Senora Gatita. Yeah, her. She says, listen.
Man, she says something here that's pretty mind-blowing. Watch this.
Why is it when God wanted to create fish, he spoke to the sea? When God wanted to create trees, he spoke to the earth. When he wanted to create us, he spoke to himself. What happens when you take a fish out of the sea? It dies. What happens when you take a tree out of soil? It dies. What happens when we become disconnected from God? We die. God is our natural environment. We were created to live in the presence of God. It is only in him that life exists.
Apart from the author of life, there is no life. This is why the Bible says, in him we live, in him we move, in him we have our being. And if you agree, type Jesus is King in the comments. Man, she says something.
So if we think back to the days before Saul was crowned king, you know, it was everybody treated God as the creator, as the king of the heavens and the earth. Okay. And it's kind of crazy that you know, the Israelites of that time, you know, kept saying, I need I think I'm already Trump. And we want the real Donald J. Trump. And let's see, is he posting? Oh, he posted 5 hours ago, 53 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Wow. See, my stuff hasn't been working. So, okay. So August 24th. Okay. So he has not posted anything on X since August 24th of 2023. As you can see down here, that was when he posted the mugshot. Okay. Yeah. And then, are you better off now than you were when I was president? Absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not. Our economy is shattered. Our border has been erased. We're a nation in decline. Yes, sir. Make the American dream affordable again. Make America safe again. Make America great again. Absolutely. Okay, so tonight, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, I am probably going to take a break after we get done running through X, and I will probably come back on and broadcast the Elon Musk and him interview. I think I actually think it's going to be a very good interview. I think that they'll have a lot to talk about in regards to technical things, technical advances. I think there is going to be part of the conversation. This is my personal thinking. Not I'm not going off of facts or anything on this. It's just my personal opinion that they're going to talk about you know, getting internet to everybody, you know, and I think that that there will actually be a conversation in regards to Starlink and that. I believe that could absolutely be a topic. I think that energy devices could be part of the conversation. I believe that Nikola Tesla will probably be part of the conversation. I believe, you know, these are, like I said, these are just my opinions. These are things that I would actually like to see them talk about. At the same time, First Amendment, free speech would be another one that I would definitely want to see them talking about. And maybe talk about the age of misinformation. Wouldn't be a bad topic as well. So I'd really like to see where this goes. You know, in regards to that, I think it could be pretty interesting. So let's go ahead. We'll run through the posts that he put up so far today, and then we'll get back to my regular feed after that. Here we go.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Yep. Absolutely. Let's hit the next one. Here we go. Meet San Francisco's radical Kamala
I'm Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. You're considered the most liberal United States senator. I
Well, actually, the nonpartisan GovTrack has rated you as the most liberal senator.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
We are going to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct. That is correct.
A lot of the signs at the rally you just held were people standing there saying, abolish ICE.
Yeah.
Is that a position that you agree with?
We need to probably think about starting from scratch.
So you support giving universal health care, Medicare for all to people who are in this country illegally?
I am opposed to any policy that would deny in our country any human being public health, period.
Are you for defunding the police?
How are you defining defund the police? It's actually wrong and backward to think that more police officers will create more safety. We need to get rid of money bail.
Convicted, in prison, like the Boston Marathon bomber, on death row, people who are convicted of sexual assault, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation. I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. I have always supported Medicare for all. I was very happy to sign on to Bernie's bill, and I give Bernie, frankly, a lot of credit. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should.
Yeah. And you know what? The paper straws are no better. Yep. Here we go.
Is New York's Donald Trump running for president? He bought full-page ads in 3 East Coast newspapers today stating his views on foreign policy, and these ads will win him a following. In the ads, he says, there's nothing wrong with American foreign policy that little backbone won't cure. And he says, we have no business spending ourselves broke in the Middle East, protecting ships that are not ours, and oil that we don't need.
Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency.
Somebody has to help this country, and if they don't, the country and the world are in big trouble. Because within a short period of time, as sure as we're sitting here, there's not going to be a country and there's not going to be a world. I have no intention of running for president. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally.
Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. That all changes starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Trump leading in 5 of the 6 most important battleground states.
Biden continues to trail Donald Trump. Our latest polling out of Iowa also shows former President Trump with a 30-point lead over his nearest rival.
The Republican primary is over.
Donald Trump basically has this nomination locked up.
Everyone is listening to you now. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Yeah. By the way, did you guys happen to see the background today when that's my background now, like that? Yeah, I'm voting for the bulletproof outlaw. Yeah. Miss Mendersu's husband made that. He's got one of those 3D printers. Yeah, and he did a great job with that. Yep. So, all right. I clicked the wrong one, didn't I? It moved over here. Why did it move over to there? It's not supposed to go over there. It's supposed to go over here. And that's supposed to be over there. Why did it do that? Yeah. Okay. So next one. Here we go.
The test of a man is how much he will bear for a cause which he knows to be right. How long will he stand in the depths of despair? How much will he suffer and fight? There are many to serve when the victory is near, and few are the hurts to be borne. But it calls for a leader of courage to cheer the men in a battle forlorn. It is the way you hold out against odds that are great that proves what your courage is worth. It is the way that you stand to the bruises of fate that shows up your stature and girth. And victory is nothing but proof of your skill, veneered with a glory that's thin. Unless it is a proof of unfaltering will, and unless you have suffered to win.
Unless you have suffered to win. And boy, have we been freaking suffering. It's all going to be worth it in the long run, though.
It's my honor to introduce the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. And we will bring our country back together, bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And together we will win, win, win.
I have never, ever been prouder of President Trump, of my president, than when he stood up with blood all over his face and he raised his fist in defiance and he shook his fist.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
He's not meant to be stopped. He's meant to help fix this country.
On November 5th, 2024, we will take back our country and we will make America great again.
Yep. Trump Force 47. Yeah. All right. Moving on to the next one. Here we go.
Trump has left the building.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign, securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive.
Breaking news out of Palm
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The former president has both sides of the political aisle up
is
in
a
arms.
dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
That's just truth. That is just 100% truth right there. Yep. All right. I got to show you guys this one too. This was another one that Ren made. And I thought you guys would love this. He needs to make these and sell them. Air Force One. Okay. Air Force One. Come on. Air Force One. Right? Right? You can't, between that one and that one, you know, and I'm gonna post this up. Yeah. And I'm gonna see how many people send me messages. I want one of those. I want one of those. I'm gonna post those up on Twitter here shortly, and see how many responses I get. Yeah, you know, because Air Force One, that's kind of cute, kind of funny sometimes. You know. All right, so let's get back over to my list. Here we go. Let's start off with this here. MJ Truth Ultra says, uh-oh, Nancy Pelosi is casting doubt on Joe Biden's letter to drop out. I don't know. It didn't sound like Joe Biden to me. It really didn't. And he says, I'm going to crap my pants if we see a DNC surprise like Trump said. You remember what he said the other day? That Joe Biden's all of a sudden going to come back and say, I want my spot. I want my spot. And I think that, you know, that I didn't do that letter. It's, that would be absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Here we go.
I didn't accept the letter as anything but a letter. I mean, there are some people who were unhappy with the letter. Let me say, some said that some people were unhappy with the letter. I'll put it in somebody else's mouth because it was I don't even know, it didn't sound like Joe Biden to me. It really didn't. So, but I didn't accept the letter as anything but a letter.
So it's like she's saying that letter probably didn't come from Joe. Very interesting. Yeah. So, and you can't say she's drunk all the time because people who have dentures tend to slur their speech too. So, but she could be drunk. She could have been doing the vodka first. I don't know, but it could be just that, you know, it was the dentures talking. All right. Sassafras 84 put this up. Here we go.
So this is President Trump over 2 months ago when he released his no tax on tips policy.
Because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips.
This was Kamala Harris yesterday.
Eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
So Kamala Harris lacks a platform so badly that she's literally stealing President Trump's promise of no tax on tips. Let me remind everyone that Kamala's current administration rolled out a new enforcement program just last year to collect more tax on tips. She backed Democrats' $80 billion scheme for more IRS audits, including on tip income. And the Biden-Harris administration also launched a new IRS crackdown on tips, getting the IRS inside the door at bars and restaurants to directly monitor tips at the cash register at point of sale. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Seriously, why doesn't Kamala do anything about this now? She is the vice president. Why didn't she do anything about it last year? Because she's a dishonest fraud. That's why. I mean, what's next? Securing the border? Kamala might be 2 AI-generated rallies away from putting on an orange spray tan and a blonde wig so she can start saying, let's make America great again. Mark my words, the wheels are about to fall off this yellow bus.
So here's the thing. Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Just, there's something about and most of us, many of us went to school on the yellow school bus, right?
I think you rode the blue short bus is what I think you rode. I think you rode the short bus there, lady. Yeah. Here's Elon Musk. And we'll check out and see what he said in his in any posts that he's put out in regards to the interview tonight. I just want to get through the feed first.
You see me? Yeah, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so as Jonah was alluding to, there are a lot of negative things in the world. There's a lot of terrible things that are happening all over the world, all the time. There are lots of problems that need to get solved. There's lots of things that are miserable and kind of get you down. But that life cannot just be about solving one miserable problem after another. That can't be the only thing.
Okay, I'm going to pause this real quick. All right, so guys, Ren here. This is Miss Mindersu's husband, Ren. Okay, and if you if you want like the Air Force One or the Bulletproof Outlaw, send me an email. Okay, at hang on, where is my email address at where is my email address? Why in the hell is it not in the list anymore? Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Okay. All right. So there is my email address. Send me an email. Okay. And I will forward them all on to Miss Mindersu. I have no idea what Ren's schedule is for making things, but if you want to order one from him, I think he would probably do them. You know, and by the way, let me tell you, he also, I'm going to have to turn on my cam for this. They also brought me a t-shirt, that they had done up. And, let me see here. I got to turn this on and make sure that there's no cobwebs in the way because, I have a huge, and Miss Mindersu saw this yesterday. I have a huge bee's nest in the corner of my building. So I have been, let me shrink Elon down for a minute. Let me grab the t-shirt and show you guys. Watch out, guys. Watch out, Scout. It's a little bit too big for me to be stepping over. And this is the t-shirt here that they brought me. And it's a Trump Never Surrender. I don't know how clear you guys can see that. I'll probably brighten it up a little bit in here. Oh yeah, I see this cobweb now. It's funny, but I left the cobwebs up on purpose because with the cobwebs up, the bees fly into the web instead of flying around me in the desk. And there's the shirt. Yeah. But I'm Scout. Get out of there. Come on out of there. Come on. I can't compete with you size-wise and my desk, okay? All right. Let me kill the cam. Get back to Elon. All right. I have no idea what he got to say before I started running my mouth, so we'll start it over. Yeah. So you guys got my email. Send me an email. Tell me, let me know you want them. And I'll send whatever info you send me, I will send on to them and they can work it out. You guys can work out pricing and stuff like that. If folks have access, okay, so Ren says if folks have access to a 3D printer, they should be able to make their own and possibly customize the colors and stuff like that. So, yeah, outside. No, the bee's nest is inside, and it's about it's half the size of a soccer ball. So It was the first thing I had to point out to her yesterday because normally cobwebs and everything. I keep the office pretty clean for the most part. But once I saw that bee's nest and being allergic to bees, I wasn't going to mess with it. I wasn't going to try and remove it. So I left it up there, and I let the spiders build their webs all around it. So, they haven't bothered me, so I'm not going to bother them. Pretty simple. So, but Ren, sorry to come up with work for you to do at home. So sorry. No, I'm not. I love it. I think it's great. You brought a big smile to my face yesterday when you gave those to me, and I thank you both. And the generator is doing awesome, by the way. It's what we're running on right now. It is so quiet and it is running great. Thank you again. And he didn't bring me some cheap little generator either, guys. He brought me a Honda. And those of you that have to work with generators, you know how dependable a Honda can be. So it's incredible. All right, back to Elon. Here we go.
You see me? Yeah, I guess. Okay. So as Jonah was alluding to, there are a lot of negative things in the world. There's a lot of terrible things that are happening all over the world all the time. There are lots of problems that need to get solved. There's lots of things that are miserable and kind of get you down. But that life cannot just be about solving things that inspire you, that make you glad to wake up in the morning and be part of humanity. That's why we did this. This guy called Tsiolkovsky, one of the early Russian rocket scientists, had a great saying: Earth is the cradle of humanity. You cannot stay in the cradle forever. It is time to go forth, become its star-faring civilization, be out there among the stars, expand the scope and scale of human consciousness. I find that incredibly exciting. That makes me glad to be alive. I hope you feel the same way.
And so remember, before I was talking, we know he's going to end up talking with Trump about space. So are they going to be talking about the final frontier? The Star Trekian type of, going out and trying to settle other worlds and stuff. I'm interested to know that. Or is Trump going to drop on him? You know that there's a firmament up there and you can't get through it. That's where that's where it's going to be interesting, to say the least. It's you just never know. We just never know, right? Okay. All right. The 4 a.m. talking points happening every day. Here we go.
This is what it looks like to be a propaganda sheep.
Is a kind of happy warrior.
Happy warriors. Happy warriors. He was certainly the happy warrior last night and seemed to be the happy warrior last night.
A happy warrior. Folksy backstory are going to be very happy warriors. There is a new happy warrior. Following the kind of happy warrior mold. Happy warrior mentality.
Wicked sense of humor. Look how happy the pig looks.
This is what it looks like to be a propaganda sheep.
Yeah. And that's what it looked like. Yep. Deep dive on Sean Penn.
So who knew an actor like Sean Penn could be involved in so much? But trust me when I say, we're only scratching the surface. But if you want to catch up, you can follow that comment back. But for the rest of us, let's get into this. For entertainment value, of course, because I know absolutely nothing. I'm just making this stuff up. All right, just a quick recap. In my first video, we went over Sean Penn's dealings with El Chapo, as well as the big Z right there. And we also followed the trail and the coincidence between Sean Penn's bodyguard and the Haitian president. All right, now in my first video, I also showed you certain charities that Sean Penn opened up after the earthquakes in Haiti, like this tent city here. Now, Sean has made it very apparent who he based these charities after. And the charity that had the biggest influence on him was this one here, ISRAD, which is part of the Big Is. Now, Sean's not only influenced by the Big Is, but there's a lot of people in that area that consider him the global champion of their values. And even though there's some speculation as to exactly what he is, he himself has made it pretty obvious where his loyalty stands. And what I find interesting is, you know who else has certain close ties to the Big Is? Madonna. All right, now listen, as everyone knows, Madonna is a rabbit hole on her own. So if you want me to make a video specifically about her, just put it in the comments. But we're going to try to keep this as relevant as possible. Now, most people know that Madonna and Sean Penn's relationship was pretty toxic.
Because theirs is even more volatile. What would happen? Well, they didn't throw punches in front of me, but you could see that things. Sean's a very intense person, and Madonna's got her own. I don't know them well enough. I mean, I know Sean a little bit. I haven't seen much of them recently. So you're talking about ancient history, 30 years ago.
Well, if you asked me, that relationship was arranged, because not only is Madonna's whole security entourage old IDF members, but those bodyguards have been arrested for some pretty interesting things. And one of those things is gun running. But this guy here was an ex-Marine. Now, not only did she have her own close ties to the Big Is, but Madonna had a lot to do with the charity in Haiti. And this is where this story gets pretty wild. Now, if you remember in my first video, I showed you the charity that Sean Penn started for the Haitian people, that he had people like his BFF Oprah Winfrey visit.
JPHRO manages the tent camp where originally 60,000 people had been living.
But when another one of Sean's BFFs and Epstein frequent flyer, old Bill here, got interested in what he was doing, it was rebranded to a global humanitarian charity called CORE. Now, as you can imagine, that whole charity was riddled with issues. But one of the biggest issues they dealt with was they were in charge of the distribution of a certain thing in LA. Well, it started in LA, but as soon as a certain medicine came out, his nonprofit went across the country. Matter of fact, they were the ones that took over Dodger Stadium.
Actor and director Sean Penn for his riveting performances that have earned him 2 Oscars, but it's what he's doing out off screen that he hopes will have a lasting impact. As cases have surged across the country, Penn has worked to increase testing capacity and eventually vaccination sites. Our Zoreen Shaw caught up with him and has more.
The line outside Dodger Stadium for coronavirus testing stretches for miles.
But considering I showed you what Sean's involved with, and I showed you exactly how he feels about old Putin, and about a week later, we got this going on today, it really makes you think. Or maybe that's just me. Y'all stay safe.
Yeah. It's kind of like, who is Sean Penn for real? Happy Saturday. Don't forget to laugh today. And I'm going to make you laugh. Uber driver with Tourette's picks up a passenger with Tourette's.
Doing okay today?
I am.
Well, that's really great.
Ah! Oh my God, do you have Tourette's too?
Oh my God, do you have
Yes! Look!
Oh God!
Please!
Please!
But I don't have ticks!
Oh, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Meow.
I have a cat. I respond to meows with quiet meow.
Oh, Mrs. Claus?
No!
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 Just fingernails.
God, I'm so glad you have such a great attitude about it.
I just think the life is too short to take seriously.
Yes. Yes.
This is me! You have a great day, ma'am.
You too.
Okay. We gotta have the laughs mixed in there, right? All right, Mayrock's U.S. debt clock 8/10/24. But there's some points.
Hey, you
in
guys.
here.
So we got a new U.S. debt clock message. Today is Saturday, August 10th, 2024. These are coming out daily now, you guys, and they switched them from X back onto the debt clock. They want us to focus on the debt clock because something's changing. We know it's changing. We see it's coming, right? This one says, what is real? It says the Fed dollar. And it says, how do you define real? Morpheus, right? And we've got the matrix in the background. Now, this comes after Trump had posted this message, right? This was after he had to turn the plane around and go to Billings, Montana, because the airplane had I think some sort of leak. So they had to turn it around and make an emergency landing. He made a video on his plane, right? And this was Central Time, okay? It was posted at 5:17 Eastern Standard Time, which would have been 17:17 on military time, right? This was the first time I've ever seen him post at 17:17. He posted that after he made that emergency landing. And we've seen 17:17 on Ingersoll Lockwood. That's one of the main things that we've been seeing on Ingersoll Lockwood is 17:17. And then we also see 4:10:20, which is DJT. But that post leads to 17:17. Do you understand what is happening? Think optics. So going back to this post, what is real, right? How do you define real? And we're getting all these comms that things may not be what we think they are, what we're being led to believe, right? Like it's part of the movie. Now, I just posted this from Goldilocks, okay? This was posted on Goldilocks' Telegram channel, okay? We are starting to hear a significant scale about banks preparing for the transition. You are going to hear a great deal of people spreading fear and spreading guidance. Who you choose to listen to will determine where you come out on the other side. So I'm assuming there's probably going to be a lot of misinformation, misdirection, people spreading a lot of fear. You should do this. You need to do this. You need to do this and blah, blah, blah. Whatever happens, just remember that those that have put us in this position, they thrive on fear. And we need to remember not to play into whatever tactics are going to be played here pretty soon, because it sounds like something's brewing. And I was actually just tagged, thank you Hot Rod for tagging me in this post, talking about how September 23rd has been in the movies and warning, September 23rd, something huge and catastrophic is going to happen.
The elites are planning some sort of catastrophic false flag event on September 23rd, I believe, of this year. I'm going to show you all the predictive programming that said that this is going to happen. In the Big Bang Theory, an asteroid strikes on September 23rd. In the movie This Is the End, on September 23rd is the rapture. In the movie Pandemic, an outbreak happens on September 23rd. Ghostbusters, Evil is released on September 23rd.
You guys get the point, right? That same conspiracy happened last year, right? Everybody's like, oh my gosh, something's going to happen to September 23rd. And everybody was so fearful and was like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? it's going to be so catastrophic and blah, blah, blah. But you guys remember what actually happened? We had the sign in the sun, moon, and stars. This happened during that September, from like September 19th through September 24th last year of 2023. The signs shall be in the sun, moon, and the stars. It's Revelations, you guys. And we've been seeing all of these signs. This was the sign of the woman, Virgo, okay? The woman was clothed with the sun, and the sun was right at the shoulders. And the moon shall be at her feet, which the moon was at her feet. And the alignment was like, everybody was talking about how the alignment, like the odds of the alignment happening at the same time, and it linking up to Revelations the way it did it could not have happened. The odds were just like so enormous. Okay. But everybody was they were playing into that fear of something catastrophic happening on September 23rd. And, you know, nothing catastrophic is going to happen. We cannot be playing into the fear of this. We're not going to come out on the other side if we continue to play into their antics. Focus on the messages that gives you positive vibes, gives you hope. Focus on the biblical signs that we've been seeing, you guys. This wasn't just the only one. We've had others. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And here's another sign that happened. We've had those eclipses. God wins, you guys. Remember that. Whatever happens, we're going to be okay.
I want to ask you, what do you think about Donald Trump?
I hope Donald Trump will address things like the United Nations. I mean, I'm a lesbian. Do you know what I mean? So a lot of things are being done under the name of LGBTQ plus IA. We all know there's a P in there. And I think Donald Trump will help people like me. They say I should be afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of that man. And I wish he could rule our country as well. I hope he'll work with people like Farage. The World Economic Forum, the United Nations, NATO is overstepping its bounds and is deciding to use us like a herd. And we're being managed, and free people are not to be feared. Do you know what I mean? I think people are inherently good, and we don't want to hurt each other, and difference should be preserved. We should not be homogenized as a people. So to be nationally proud does not mean to hate somebody else. We can be proud of their differences. We can work with their differences. It's not all about hate. We're here today for love. Not because we hate things that are different, but because we want to preserve the differences, respect their differences, respect our differences. And yeah, I think he's denigrated man much the same as Tommy. I hope people get to see, hopefully, the truth. I hope I'm right about him.
Basic human rights. I lost no human rights during the Trump presidency, but I will tell you something though. When the Democrats are in power, I have to change the way I speak, I have to change the way I think, and I have to put up special little banners on all my social media profiles to make sure that you guys know I'm down. So no, I didn't lose any basic human rights during the Trump administration. I'm losing them now. If you guys don't know about, them taking away your First Amendment and them trying to knock hard on that Second Amendment and them taking your money to pay for other kids' silly diplomas, come on, man, get out of here.
So nobody got to hear a damn thing that I said. It's 420, dang it. It's 420. 420. Yeah. I did a countdown and everything. I did a glorious countdown to the 420, and you guys missed it all. You guys have no idea what I did. It's all in my head now. It's the only memory left is what I remember myself. All right, Absolute Fire. He's speaking for us. Here we go.
I want to send this warning out to all the censors, to all of you that work at Twitter and Facebook, to all of you that work at TikTok, that work at YouTube. I want to send this warning out to you because you may not have figured this out in your algorithmic approach to trying to silence more than half of the country. Just be clear, more than half of the country. As you try to silence us from speaking the truth to each other, when you try to limit our contact with each other because you've got almost God-like power to be able to control the conversations that we have with each other, the things that we posit to one another, the queries that we might have, asking questions about, this, that, and the other thing, and just labeling every thought that we have as misinformation, every doubt that we have as misinformation, as though the thoughts that we have could possibly be misinformation. I want to issue this warning to you because you idiots, if you haven't thought this through, you are so identifiable. We see you on LinkedIn. We know your names. Your addresses are pretty fucking close by where they're easily findable, right? You do understand that, right? At the end of the day, if you control people's emotions and gaslight them, it's like an abusive lover beating a person into the ground until they're forced to grab a weapon and defend themselves. You are forcing us because we are free individuals. We're free human beings. You're forcing us to have to be at that point where we need to grab a weapon to defend ourselves against you and your tyranny. You're tyrannical. You think it's some innocent utopian creation of some world society that you're doing. You're stifling our free speech and our ability to freely think and share ideas. You are raping us. And we're getting real tired of it. We're getting very, very upset. And at the end of the day, that is not going to bode well for you. At the end of the day, it is not going to bode well for you. And you're going to sit there pleading innocence and wondering why whatever happens to you. And there will not be a single fuck given. Not a single one. Do not fall on the wrong side of history. Cut your shit out. Stop subscribing to this bullshit narrative and continuing to shove it down everybody else's throats. Stop trying to change humanity and biology and everything to some bullshit fantasy that you have in your perverted little minds. Leave it alone. Stuff it back into a fucking closet somewhere and leave us alone, or else.
Yeah. I can't argue with a single thing he said. I cannot. I will not. All right. Normally, I don't share too much from Crash anymore, but I'm going to share this money laundering via Medicare. I want you guys to listen to this. Those of you, and I know that a lot of my followers are older, some of you are elderly, some of you are on Social Security and have Medicare. Okay. I want you guys to pay really, really, really close attention to this. This is actually very important information that I would encourage all of you to look into. Okay. If you're somebody who takes care of an elderly person, this is something I would encourage you to look heavily into. This guy is going to drop some information in here, and I want you guys to listen to this and listen to it clear. I am going to mute myself. I'm not going to turn my mic back on in between videos. I'm just going to go from one to the other because the dogs are reacting to people out on the highway, and I don't want the barks coming through. Okay, here we go.
I got something pretty shocking. I kind of just stumbled on this talking to my mother and my father-in-law a couple days ago, just to show you I'm actually looking at paper. I don't want to show you the names and stuff, but so if you're on Medicaid, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever this is Medicare, or your parents are on Medicare and you get these monthly or statements in, I highly recommend looking at them in detail if you don't already. And if you have and you've seen this, comment on this video. This is craziest thing I've ever seen. So he was getting charged. So let's just follow this. This is crazy. There was a doctor, and I actually called and talked to the doctor. I Googled his name. We live in a town in East Texas. And this doctor's office, and I talked to him. He called me. I left him a message. He called me back. He doesn't want to get involved. I spooked him a little bit, but he's in Dallas, 4 hours from me. Okay, 4 hours from us. But this doctor wrote a prescription for some glucose monitors or whatever you call them, several months in a row, and it was being billed to my father-in-law's Medicare. The prescription was being filled in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So follow this. The patient's name is my father-in-law, which lives just north of Houston. The doctor that prescribed these glucose monitors is in Dallas. And I called and talked to him. And it was a grocery store in Bowling Green, Kentucky was filling the subscription. So when I talked to the doctor, he's like, well, that's impossible. Your father-in-law is not a patient. I'm like, yeah, I know this, right? And he's never been to Dallas, and he doesn't have glucose monitors, and he's obviously never been to Kentucky to fill a subscription. But this was going on. So I started digging deeper, and every month it adds up to a lot of money. So my question, and I don't know the answer, people. I'm hoping maybe somebody's gone down this rabbit hole and may know the answer, but this is just one person. And it's thousands and thousands of dollars a month being billed to Medicare, and it's not for this patient, my father-in-law. And the doctor, so I called and left him a message on their answer machine because they have one of those services. It was just after hours, I missed him by like 10 minutes. So I left a pretty detailed message, and he called me from his home on his cell phone because it kind of freaked him out. He's like, hey, what in the world are you even talking about? So I explained to him, I took a screenshot of this. I sent it to him. And while we were still on the phone, he received the image, told me this is the craziest thing he's ever seen. He wants to get to the bottom of it. They go through a third-party billing system. And he said, maybe it's something wrong with that. So Monday, total different story. He never called me back. So I called him later in the day on Monday, because it was Friday when we talked after hours. And he wouldn't talk to me. I got his administrative lady, and she just said, look, you need to call Medicare. This is a Medicare problem. We don't want to be involved. So anyway, we had done, my father-in-law had done the Medicare thing weeks earlier. He'd been on hold, talked to people, multiple different people that kept transferring to different departments, and basically got absolutely nowhere. So my question is, who picked up the subscription? It wasn't James. It wasn't my father-in-law. Who picked it up? Was it even a real deal? I mean, I don't know. The doctor that's on this subscription didn't prescribe it. If look at y'all's, if you get these reports, or your parents do, look at them and see if you see something there. Look for stuff that's out of state. I mean, there's stuff in here from New Mexico, Utah, Chicago. I mean, I've got papers and papers. I've gone through all of them every month. There's stuff on here that has zero to do with him, but it's being billed to his Medicare. So who's getting those benefits? Where's that money going? Is it even is there a real person? Why is it showing up on his name? Because they don't have Medicare. There's a lot of questions this raises, but that's just one person. And if millions of people are on Medicare, I'm assuming, I don't know the real numbers, but if you add this number that I'm seeing by millions of people, you're talking about gobs of money. Anyway, y'all, if y'all know anything, put it in the comments. And if not, look at if yours or your parents or whatever, grandparents, whatever, look at it's called a medical summary notice. It's how much gets billed to your Medicare each month. And the weird thing is there's some legit stuff on there too, so it's definitely his report, because all of his stuff that he did is physically on there, but it's all this other stuff that no one can give any answers to. Anyway, y'all let me know what y'all think. Have a great day. So I really opened a can of worms up yesterday with that video about my father-in-law's health care or Medicare statement. Y'all need to watch this video to the end. I don't care if you never watch another video, watch this one to the end. This affects all of us, people. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. So the short version of that video, and I pinned it to my page. It's the very first pinned video on my profile page. The short version is I was just letting people know, hey, if you don't check your statements you get from Medicare, you should, because there was a bunch of charges on his statement that weren't related to him. We live in East Texas. Some of these charges were from other states, and some of the doctors called Medicare, really didn't get anywhere with any of those phone calls. So I was just letting people be aware. And I got to tell you, I didn't sleep much last night. The comments kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. And some of them are just heartbreaking, people. This is a major, major, major problem. And I'm just going to tell you, so I did a little research last night. There's 66 million people on Medicare. And just by the feedback I got last night and looking at my father-in-law's statement, if 10% of those people are billed fraudulently $500 a month, only 10% of the 66 million, that's $3 billion a month. So this is way bigger than we all think. And so I'm just going to recap a few of the comments. My goal here is this has to be stopped. I mean, this has to be exposed, has to be stopped. So y'all need to help. It affects all of us. Go to that other video. If you've got a story, look at your statements or your parents' statements. If you've got a story, if you're being charged for something that you didn't receive, please comment and share your story. So what it appears to me is it's products. It's not medication, it's products. Tons of comments I got yesterday. Glucose monitors, the swab test that for the illness we had a few years back is probably the biggest one. There's hundreds and hundreds of people commenting. They're getting billed for those monthly from somewhere out of state. They're not even receiving them, but they're paying for them. And his has those on there too, from Chicago, New Mexico, Utah. We're in Texas. So anyway, it's physical things, back braces, wheelchairs, catheters seems to be a real popular one. It's these medical supply companies that are billing Medicare for these products. And just based off everything I've read to date and a bunch of private messages I've got, I don't think those products are actually being picked up by anyone. I think it's just a billing thing. I think it's a fraud. It's a scam. They're thieves. They should be wearing ski masks. But if it's as big as I think, it's scary, right? A lot of comments I got and even some private messages were people that are in the field and say, look, this gets brought up to us all the time from patients. They're getting billed for things they didn't receive. We look into it. We really don't get anywhere. Other people brought up comments that they've seen this on news before. They've seen lawsuits filed before and won. Doctors that are in jail now for being part of the scam or whatever. So it's been brought up many times, and my opinion of that is why does it still continue? So again, I'm just assuming a little bit here, but I'm assuming if someone got caught and they went to court and they lost, they probably settled. They probably paid a big fine. Maybe some people went to jail, but the people that were pursuing them were made whole, and then some probably, right? So the issue just died. So that's a small investment, in my opinion, of the bigger picture scam. But stopping it is my goal. Like exposing it to the point where someone has to look at this and stop it. Because here's the deal.
you pay Medicare, it's withheld out of your check whether you want to or not. You pay into that system. And then when you retire and you start drawing on that, you need that. It's crazy to me that Medicare is still taken out of Social Security income like it's your normal income, even though it was money you put in the first place. That's a whole nother video, but that's unbelievable to me that can even be done. But if you use more, if my father-in-law pays for more than what he's allotted, then he'll have to come out of pocket. So if they're fraudulently, keep in mind you're elderly, you've paid in your whole life, you need more medical, money now at this stage in your life than any before. And they're doing this, it's criminal. And then my parents actually have a supplemental insurance on top of Medicare because Medicare doesn't cover all the things they need. So they're paying Medicare out of their Social Security income. Medicare's spending their money on things that they're not receiving criminally. No, maybe it's not Medicare. I don't know who's doing it, but it's happening, right? He may have to come out of pocket because his money was used for something he never received. Plus he has supplemental insurance. It's unbelievable to me. And some of the heartbreaking stories that I got messaged to me, I mean, y'all need to listen to this, people. People that have passed away are still getting billed for supplies. I got 4 or 5 private messages from people saying, you won't believe this, but my father passed away in 1996. We received bills for months and months later where his Medicare was still getting billed for things like wheelchairs and back braces and catheters and all these things. It's unbelievable. So anyway, comment on that video. We've got to keep this going. I'm not going to give this up. I am sick over it. And I will leave you with a little bit of positivity, though. I used to literally 3 days ago, I thought there's no way the financial system in America will ever be fixed. It's too big. Like, how would we possibly ever pay these things back, right? If this is as big as I think it is, and this is only one issue, and obviously there's many others, if we might can fix our financial problems. If there's 66 million people on Medicare, and this is happening to a large percentage of those people, you're talking enough money every month to really help turn this country around financially. So I'm going to expose this. I've already reached out to some much larger platforms in mind. I just need as many stories as possible. And if you're willing to ride with me on this, don't just tell me your story, but say, hey, I'll help any way I can. Because I want to expose this in a very big way. And I'm not going to let up on it till we get somewhere. So everybody's telling me to lawyer up, be safe. They're not going to like you. I don't care. I mean, that doesn't bother me at all. That this is crazy. And it's our elderly, and that's kind of like children. That's off limits, and we're going to be there soon too. So we need to fix this and fix it now. So y'all go look for that pinned video. Put any experiences you've got in there. Please start looking at your statements you get from Medicare. If there's any charges on there, is something that you didn't do, let me know. Y'all have a very blessed day.
Okay, so it's Crash is the link for who shared it on X, but on TikTok he goes by Alamo Outdoor. Alamo Outdoor. Okay. And I didn't think that this was something that I could bypass because of the fact that I know that a lot of people are on Social Security and have either Medicare or Medicaid. And I thought that it was way too much to bypass. So if you go on to TikTok, just type in the @ Alamo Outdoor, and that'll pull up his videos. If you have stories yourself that you want to share with him, or maybe you have questions and stuff that that you need to get answers to, he might be the one to help you do that. So Alamo Outdoor on TikTok. All right. Thank you, Crash, for sharing that. That's an important message, and I thought that it was something that needed to be taken care of. Okay, so we saw the debt clock that was broke down by Mayrox a little while ago. This is the new debt clock that came up this morning. So.
The storm is here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the most recent secret window from the USDebtClock.org account. This image right here appeared yesterday at 6 p.m. Wealth inversion with a X in the middle of the United States of America. Sorry I haven't been super active over on the community. I've actually picked up a new project that I'm really passionate about, where I'm looking to provide instruction for beginners on the XRP ledger, kind of like an instructional comic book. And I'm planning on releasing a whole entire series of them, so make sure that you tune in. When we take a look at the image, you notice that there's a lot of stars, a lot of bright stars. These bright stars actually represent each of the state capitals, because when I overlay it, it lines up with each of the state capitals. And right there, ladies and gentlemen, is Washington, D.C. Because Washington, D.C. is the hub. It's the hub for the government, per se. This is where, if you've gone down the rabbit hole enough, you would know who Washington, D.C. actually really is, who it's ran by, who actually controls it. One of the things you really have to understand, if you haven't tapped in yet, is that everything, especially in this current environment and in this world, is controlled by the money. So the government itself, whoever the actual entity really is, they actually are ran by the feds. Which, again, if you know who Washington, D.C. is and you know who the feds are, then you know all of this right here on this wanted poster sign is accurate. And we have all of these state capitals that are coming together. And they're going to do exactly what Congress never did, which is go after the Federal Reserve. Remember, this is a future headline that came out a few months back. And whenever they go after Washington, D.C. and the Federal Reserve System, they're going to find out that their vault is empty. And we pointed this symbol out before. Looked like the Stellar XLM symbol, part of the X Factor, working together alongside XRP and XDC to overhaul this whole entire financial system. But if we go back to this image, you will notice that the vault is empty. It is null and void. And this is something that everyone has to remember, because this is a key factor in everything happening right now. In our Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coins a tender in payments of debt. With the U.S. national debt being over a staggering $35 trillion, how do you think that they have to pay back that debt? In gold and silver. Remember, Warren Buffett, the man who actually helped bail out the banks back in 2008, owns more treasury bills than the Federal Reserve. Him owning $277 billion worth of treasury bills over the Federal Reserve only having $195 billion. When he wants to get paid back, how do you think he's going to get paid back? And if y'all think that he wants to get paid back in this Federal Reserve note, I believe that y'all are sadly mistaken, because what is real? How do you define real? A message from Morpheus. Well, real is a currency that's backed by real assets, right? Because the U.S. Federal Reserve note, it's not backed by anything. Shout out to Master Decoder Doug.
The name of the Ripple stablecoin will be RLUSD. I like to call it Real USD, Ripple USD.
A stablecoin is a token on a blockchain that represents some sort of real-world currency.
A new era of stablecoins, Ripple USD, begins testing on the XRP Ledger mainnet. This stablecoin is going to be backed by real-world assets. Shout out to my good friend Rob Cunningham, who I had the pleasure of speaking with yesterday for a few hours, and we were discussing all of this, right? But he even puts over on X that when the RLUSD is released by Ripple, they will only permit financial operators issuing fully audited financial instruments to operate on their blockchain system. Considering that both Tether and the Federal Reserve have never been audited, they are ineligible assets. Imagine the implication of the world's two major blockchain companies, both Circle and Ripple, not permitting the Federal Reserve System to operate on the world's new digital monetary system of value. So how do you define real? Is this real? Or was it a fabric of our imagination, where they keep you in the matrix and make you believe whatever reality they want you to believe? Controlling the crops controls the people. Coincidence, the Matrix, the movie, grew people as a crop used for energy and controlled their minds. Sounds familiar? Wonder where they derived that idea from? People are birthed every single day in this world, and as they grow up, they work for this. And when they work for this, they also have to pay into taxes. The taxes that they create because they printed the money, and someone has to pay that back. Might as well be the crop, right? Also, on top of that, whenever they print the money and they can't tax no longer, what they will do is that everything will inflate in prices. So that would make that inflation is another form of taxation. And because we are the ones that manifest our own reality, we are responsible for being able to step out of the matrix. I know this is a bold move for me to say, but don't worry, God already won this war. Because we are right now flipping the script of this whole entire movie, this whole entire event and reality right in front of our very eyes, from the debt-based monetary system over to a credit monetary system, as there is a panic in DC and nothing can stop what is coming. Make sure you're tuning tonight over on X as Elon Musk, and for the first time in many, many years, that Donald Trump returns back to X to have a conversation with Elon Musk, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is going to be huge. Maybe they might discuss the U.S. national debt and how it's unsustainable and come up with a solution, possibly issuing out a new treasury dollar. They might discuss possibly cryptocurrency, decentralized financing, or even the possibility of X payments. They might even talk about how Kamala Harris is copying Donald Trump. But this is why it's so important to know what you hold. Let's go.
All right, Echo X. You know, what I do like about him is that I've never seen him mad in making a post. He's always very positive about it. Same thing with Mayrox. You know, they're very positive about what they put out. You know, and looking into this, you know, we've been following the debt clock ourselves for the last year and a half. It's just nice to have somebody who breaks it down, you know, and a couple of different viewpoints on it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So, all right. Older millennial, he's about ready to go off on Harry Sisson again. This kid is a piece of crap. There's going to come a point that he will never be able to walk down the street and hold his head up at all. None at all.
Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, just slammed Donald Trump and the Republicans.
Oh, did he slam Donald Trump and the Republicans at the 9/11 memorial when he claimed he was at Bagram Airfield to witness a funeral ceremony? Because new video just surfaced of him doing that.
I stood one night in the dark of night on the tarmac at Bagram and watched a military ramp ceremony.
No, you didn't. You were never in Bagram. You were never at the Bagram Airfield. You were never anywhere near Iraq or Afghanistan. You never entered the Middle East. Closest you got was fucking Italy. How dare you? How fucking dare you claim that shit? How dare you claim you were there? And at a 9/11 memorial, no less. So no, Harry, I don't give a fuck what Tim Walz has to say right now. Because not only did he lie about his rank, not only did he lie about his deployment, not only did he lie about why he got out, but now we have him lying at a 9/11 memorial about being in Bagram and witnessing a ramp ceremony. Fuck that dude. That is stolen valor. Not only does he need to fucking resign, but he also needs to be charged because that is an outright fucking lie. That man was never in Bagram. That man never deployed. I don't know how he would have seen a ramp ceremony in Bagram from fucking Italy. So no, Harry, I don't give a fuck what Tim Walz has to say.
And I agree with him. Yep. All right, let's keep going. We already listened to him do that clock, so we're gonna pass up on Mayrox's cut of it today. We'll catch her tomorrow for her breakdown on what comes up tonight. All right, George Webb. We've been following some of his. He's been doing updates, and this is this is an interesting piece of information. This all stems from the 13th episode or the episode of what happened on the 13th of last month. And let's take a listen.
Okay, hello everyone, George Webb here in Portland, Oregon. We're looking at the crooks in encrypted bank accounts. These 3 encrypted bank accounts have $1.5 million each supposedly in them. We don't think it's because Crooks was working at Burger King or working at Allegheny Gun Works or working at Claritin. He's visited Claritin 43 times. He was paying $1 every time he went, with many other people, like 10 or 12 people on the shooting team paying $1. A DHS guy was coming in and paying $1,000, sort of like $100 a head for everyone doing the shooting training. And we're definitely looking at this being a program, a sniper program, both overseas and domestic. The shooting training is paltry. It's chump change as far as the overall crooks encrypted bank accounts, where you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if you look at the multiples, just in the first account, $800,000, second account, $500,000, third account, $200,000. These are bounties. These are $100,000 bounties per sanction. Remember, there's $1.5 million per account. We've been not able to connect all the dots for the $4.5 million, but certainly for the $800,000, the $500,000, and the $200,000, those definitely seem like bounties. And the part that we've covered in a lot of different stories is that 20-year-olds can shoot just as good as 60-year-olds. Their eyesight is actually better. So you have to open your mind here to an overseas program, to a Dick Cheney type overseas program, to an assassin type program, to an Antifa type program, where people can make money, a lot of money, $100,000 per sanction, for doing things like taking out Russian generals, doing things like taking out politicians or foreign ministry oil ministers who don't agree with your Iranian Imperial Oil Company or your whatever Dick Cheney oil company that you're trying to create a merger and try to corner a market on oil and gas or uranium in a certain country. Snipers are very valuable in this situation because you don't have to pay a premium if somebody's brains are splattered all over the wall. So we're looking very closely at these encrypted accounts that Crooks has, and they look like they're tracking back to Antifa and Antifa sniper programs.
Yep, Antifa sniper programs. You know, we're at that point now where we can't discount anything, any possible motive or direction or facilitation of violence from that side at all. We just can't. There's no way to, without pretty much coloring ourselves stupid, because of the fact that we know, that the cover up is always worse than the crime. It's always worse than the crime. The cover up is, because you think about it, the shooter was killed. That's kind of strange. Curiosity is so there's 3 encrypted accounts in his name. Does that mean that his parents get the money? Whose pocket does that 1.5 or per account go to? Who gets that? Did he have a will? Or does it just automatically revert to his next of kin, which would be his mother and father, right? You see where I'm going with this? You see the direction I'm trying to take you? So these are all things that we need to look at. Or is it a way for the CIA to funnel it back to themselves? Just saying, different things to think of, and that's the way that George Webb works as an investigative journalist. He's, he always comes with good, solid information. So I can't and won't discount what he's saying because we know the kid was paid. He had to be, All right. Another truth about Donald Trump.
In 1988, a Jewish family were desperate to find help for their critically ill son, who was just 3 years old and needed a flight from Los Angeles to New York for emergency treatment. But all the commercial airlines refused to fly their son because he needed to travel with several large pieces of medical equipment. Running out of hope, the family reached out to Donald Trump, who they said didn't even hesitate and agreed to have his private jet fly the family and their sick son to New York for treatment. The boy's father said, quote, "Donald Trump is a miracle, just a miracle." In 1980.
So that's just another one of the stories. All right. Scriptkeeper-elect says the heat is on. OUR and Tim Ballard caught lying. Oh boy. So Red Pill America dropped it. Hey, the last dispense one, since you appear to be the only person Tim Ballard will talk to, ask him about this story. He claimed every child on his 2014 island raid needed to be saved. This person who was in the group he saved said otherwise. Let us know what he says. And it's so you got Red Pilled America. And the article is Columbia testimony. Bribe offered to pose as victim that Tim Ballard rescued. Woman from group allegedly rescued by Ballard in Sound of Freedom is outraged by movie's false portrayal. She testified Operation Underground Railroad grants. I'll be danged. I'd like to have more on that. Yeah. Red Pilled America says this weekend, Tim Ballard made shocking allegations against Glenn Beck, The Blaze, Kelly Maya, Fox 13, Red Pilled USA, and the alleged victims in his many lawsuits. The interview has since been deleted, but we have a copy and we're releasing excerpts later today right here on X. Then it goes into part 2, whistleblower Mike Gill, Treasury, IRS, cartel corruption, biggest money laundering operation in the world. And then ex-senior advisor for Operation Underground Railroad faces felony drug charge. Former advisor of Operation Underground Railroad is facing a felony drug charge that police reported finding large amounts of cash and vials of a controlled opiate in his car during a traffic stop on Monday. And that's in Utah. KSL.com in Utah. Yeah. Oh. What's Mike doing with that pedophile logo on his shirt? It's a good question. Dang it, Script. You got to stop doing this because you guys be throwing too much stuff at one time. Dang it. All right. Remember this? This is the Trump ad from Halloween 2020. It hits a lot harder now. Trump always knew.
Trick or treat! What do we have here?
Spooky, 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 and creepy. Creepy Uncle Joe.
Oh, it's funny. It's Joe.
Come on, man. Candy's for the kids.
Maybe he forgot.
Wait a minute. You look familiar. Who are you?
Are we gonna let her get away with this?
She took everything.
Trick or treat! What do we have here?
Spooky, 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 and creepy.
Yeah. She took everything. Yep. Her and Joe both. Revolutionary Communists of America.
Not asked this yet. I'm going to get myself
Okay, come on.
with this sign. Not asked this yet. I'm going to get myself
Okay, come on.
with this sign.
There's a screenshot to put up. Right there. That's a screenshot to put up. I got to get a picture in front of this sign. Yeah. Right there. There's your screenshot. Let me get the hand out of there. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's something else. All right. Once a hood rat, always a hood rat. Breaking. Corrupt Mayor Tiffany Henyard. The mayor flees the country after stealing millions.
The most corrupt mayor, Tiffany Henyard, has now fled the country after stealing millions of taxpayer money.
A packed community meeting Thursday night, outburst after outburst. Following Special Investigator Lori Lightfoot's limited examination of Dolton's finances. Her report revealing as of May 31st, the village's general fund had a negative balance of $3.65 million. Lightfoot further uncovering spending that doesn't add up. The report shows $40,000 spent on Amazon purchases in one day, money that's unaccounted for.
The most corrupt mayor, Tiffany Henyard, has now gone missing and has supposedly fled the country after it's revealed that she has stolen $3.6 million of taxpayer money. This situation and Tiffany Henyard's actions has garnered controversy online. Commenters claimed that this is what happens when you vote for people based on skin color and that Tiffany Henyard is an entitled woman. But what do you think about the situation? Do you agree with the commenters about Tiffany Henyard? Comment your opinion down below. The most corrupt...
I've actually been going through and watching a couple of different people on YouTube that have been covering the what do you call them, the board or city council, but there's another one. I think it's the trustees, the trustees board. And I'm looking real quick. I'm going through my feed to see if there's an updated one. Anton Daniels is one of the persons that I've watched. He does like a 10-minute segment on it, and he's been doing one pretty daily for a couple of weeks now. But the other one is bear with me. I'm looking for it real quick. Dalton Trustees is the other one, and that actually has all of the meetings that they've had like over the last 45 days is posted on there, and it's got they have a ton of information about this mayor. We played clips of her before, her thinking that she's all that and all. Yeah. So somebody sent me a message too on the YouTube side. Dory Finkel, thank you. Yeah, I was on the phone with them for about an hour before I came back on, and they were walking me through it, and they're also setting me up with an SSDI or an SSID, and they gave me the password for it already. They're going to help me get that set up so that I have a backup to go to. Basically what she was saying was, because I'm a business account, not a residential account. Residentials, it's expected to have outages periodically. But with a business account, that those are ones that they have to get to immediately to fix. And I told her, I says, what about 6 months of no internet last year? I had to use a hotspot, and believe me, we were paying approximately $5 per gigabyte to be able to do podcasts through using a phone hotspot in order to do it. I says, I don't get that money back. I said, it is a business account. So every day that there's not business going on, is because of the fact that there's no internet, and that's not fair to the business owner. It's not. So somebody posted a video saying that Trump froze on stage. Now, we were watching this speech live. Okay. And he didn't freeze. We actually played the clip already of him stopping and why he stopped. But, George says, I'm so pissed right now because I just noticed that Democrats are saying Trump froze on stage in Bozeman, Montana. He says, I was there and recorded the moment he stopped his speech to wait for the medics and the doctor to take care of a lady that fainted. I guess it's different when you see the fake news media at work with your own eyes. I hate the press even more now. Why didn't they do a piece connecting the misinformation? These people are criminals, not journalists. And this was the...
That's great. Incredible people.
And you remember as this was happening, he was like, doctor, you take your time. You do whatever you have to do. You take your time. And he said to the crowd, we have all the time in the world tonight, don't we? And the crowd cheered and said, we got all the time in the world, So it's, it is funny to watch the Democrats trying to use that and playing a game. Here we go. What's this? Yeah. All right. Well, let me work. Dang it. Ha. Chuck Schumer got owned at the Dominican Day parade in New York yesterday. Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, Dominicans actually hate your guts, right? Because you're a scumbag. You know that, right? You ruined New York. You're a loser. You're a loser, buddy.
Yeah, people calling him out. Yeah. And you wonder how he stays in office because you know that he's hated. So you know that they're cheating because those people don't want him. All right. Robbie Starbuck says, here's another win. Here we go.
All right, y'all, I'm here to report to you another win in our war on wokeness. And before I begin, I just want to tell y'all, I was not paid for this. I did not do a sponsorship with this company, but I need to talk about Indian Motorcycle, which is the first motorcycle company in America. Indian Motorcycle had one reference to DEI on their website. This is what it looked like. And I'm happy to report to you that that has been removed. And not only has it been removed, but I was able to get comment from Indian Motorcycle where they told me that they are affirming that they will continue to make their bikes 100% here in the United States of America when they are for sale here in the United States of America. Unlike Harley Davidson, who is choosing to go down a path where they are going to be making a bunch of bikes that they sell here in America in Thailand. Not only that, but at a time where Harley has bikers taking the shield off their bikes because they're so embarrassed by what the company has done in their adoption of woke policies, you've really got to ask yourself, how is Harley Davidson going to continue to keep this woke stuff going on at the company when their main competitor, Indian, is choosing to just make great bikes? That's what a source has told me, is they just want to make great bikes for everybody in America, period. They're not getting into social issues, politics. That is it. That's all people want. They just want you to make great products, great customer service. And just being real, this bike looks cool. You know, at $12,999, that seems like a good deal to me for a motorcycle. But, you know, you guys be the judge. As for Harley, the clock is ticking. Daily Mail sent a reporter to Sturgis who described what's happening as a full-blown rebellion against Harley. Harley, if you're smart, you're going to turn back.
Yep. And yeah. You mean Hardly or Heartily Davidson. we have to change that. You have to say Hartley, you know, because they are wholeheartedly behind it. You know what I mean? All right, conservative mama. You know, this is kind of strange because normally she just does funny stuff. Not this time. Here we go.
Does Kamala know that she's part of the current administration that has driven our country into the ground? Are we all supposed to pretend that she's not vice president right now? On day one, I'll do this or I'll do that. Or, I mean, stop. It's the Biden-Harris administration right now. Kamala's last name is Harris. Am I the only one that knows this? I mean, you could not tax tips now. Right now, you could do that. You could bring down inflation now. Like, again, right now. You could stop the fentanyl crisis now. Price gouging, that's a big one for you. Price gouging. You could do something about that now. You could also secure the border. I mean, that's kind of a big one. And you guys have blown it on that one. But hey, I mean, you've got a few months left and you could make that happen because you're part of the current administration. I don't know if I've said that enough, but maybe I just need to repeat it a few times. But you haven't done any of this. Day one of my administration. Please tell me people are not dumb enough to fall for this.
Yep. Do I want to get in the middle of script and Mike Gill? No, we're not going to throw that in here. But I'll tell you right now, Mike Gill is he's not who everybody thinks he is. I'm telling you right now. He is not. Well, you guys know he's a shill. But yeah, the rest of you. Now here comes my big curiosity. I wonder if Lowe's, the company called Lowe's, and by the way, I went to their website and applied for a media. Yes, talk on Gill. Mike Gill is a show. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go back. I'll play it. I'll play it after. But let me finish this one topic here on Lowe's. This guy right here, okay, Lowe's Corporation, I'm letting you know now that I will not purchase anything for any future building products from Lowe's as long as this guy is still employed by your company. I'm telling you that right now. I sent Lowe's an email requesting information from their media team on what their opinion of what their employee had to say about, well, you'll see the topic here in a minute, and then you'll hear the comments by the gentleman in red. And you might end up agreeing with me.
Trump or Kamala? Trump or Kamala for president?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Who?
Trump or Kamala?
Not Kamala.
Excuse me, sir. Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Huh?
Trump or Kamala?
Oh, Trump for sure. Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
How about if you stop doing that, please?
Trump or Kamala?
Trump. Trump or Kamala for president?
Trump.
Not a single person said Kamala yet. Trump or Kamala?
What are you talking about?
For president, Trump or Kamala?
Kamala. Fuck Trump.
You were the first person to say Kamala.
Right.
I don't really like her.
Well, I don't care.
What would you say to
Trump? Trump's an asshole. He belongs in jail.
What would you say to Trump if he was here right now?
I would shoot him.
Trump or Kamala, guys? Trump.
What did he say? What did he say?
Here right now.
I would shoot him.
Yeah, Joe. Well, just letting you know that because of you, Joe, that's his name, Joe. See it right there? I will not be making any future purchases from Lowe's. And Secret Service and FBI. Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump is one of those guys who goes to these big factories and building supply stores and things like that. You know, if you got an employee like that, yeah, I wouldn't want Donald Trump going anywhere near Lowe's either, especially seeing that he probably uses Lowe's in order to get certain building supplies for buildings that he's been building for generations. Yeah. He has dementia. He doesn't know what he's saying. That's not Joe Biden. Okay, Dean, that's a different Joe. It's a different Joe. Okay. Not everybody named Joe's got dementia. Trump derangement syndrome, that's another story. All right. And by the way, I know a couple of ladies named Joe. That actually pop into chat here now and then. So be careful what you say about Joe. They're hiding Sleepy Joe in Lowe's. That's good, Viking King. I like that. That's good. Yeah. Yep. But yeah. Oh Lord. Yep. Yeah, the company does need to see that. Oh, let's get back. You wanted me to go ahead and shill on Gil. Here we go.
Mike Gill
Right.
is
So I wake
CIA.
up, Mike Gill. I just said I didn't believe Mike Gill. I didn't like go after him and was like, yo, I'm going to take you down and you're CIA. But you are CIA, Mike. How many times have they tried to kill you and you're not dead? See, all the other whistleblowers that we see on TV and all that, they're not doing podcasts. All the whistleblowers that came out, you know, like from January 6th and all that, they're not doing podcasts. They have disappeared from like the face of the earth, these real whistleblowers. and all these attempts on your life, you'd be fucking dead if you were a real whistleblower, bro. But anyways, he was a criminal from the start, a drug dealer. That's slander and defamation. I don't have drug charges. I had a possession for weed. Okay. And I was 19, maybe 20 or 21 years old when I got that. My conspiracy charge that you're talking about was conspiracy to commit bank fraud. That was when I was 23 years old. You are a cocksucking fucking running piece of shit. That's what you are. There was no brokered convention. Your Pandora's box is a fucking wash. It's never going to happen. President Trump is not going to fuck with you, bro. He already knows, bro. You owe $300 million. What do you think? President Trump is going to overturn that? Bro, pay the $5 million you owe and pay your fucking alimony. Get off my dick. You're on my digital dick, bro. It's only when you don't get no views and you get no fucking rhythm online you want to call me out. But see, I don't have a problem coming at you. See, now I'm going to reintroduce all the receipts on Mike Gill. We're going to bring all those receipts out. You are a fake fucking truther. You're not a real truther. And you're a fucking coward for even putting this up. I was afraid this was going to happen. We who speak the truth should all be afraid. You don't speak the truth. You piggyback off of real fucking researchers. What I do is I deliver a fucking video. I make a 60-second to a 3-minute video of some of the information that I went over. See, you wasn't calling out General Flynn a year ago. You weren't calling him out. You were fucking riding General Flynn's dick, trying to get to, can I work with you? Can I roll? Can I hang? Can I be down? You're cap, bro. You are cap. I.e., year ago, James O'Keefe. You just had to fucking master how we call people out. So you fucking basically are a copycat, bro. You're not even fucking real. Suck my dick, Mike Gill.
His digital dick at that, because he probably doesn't want you anywhere near his real one. Yeah. All right. Here's some more from George Webb. Here we go.
Okay, hello everyone. George Webb here on Sunday in Portland. We're into this Antifa network. We're actually having a learning man here, 43. We're meeting new people in the network that we've never met before, which is really great. We're really looking at this Antifa network that Yurik was in. There's this other guy named Borer that was in the network. Remember, it's all about the white van. The white van is the key Antifa vehicle. It may go all the way back to Muhammad here in 2011. Tony Guy tweets out about the white van last year doing exercises out at Claritin, doing DHS exercises out of Claritin. Fox News has come out now and confirmed what I'd said about all the training that Greg Nickel was doing at Claritin. We now know Yurik was also at Claritin. This other guy named Hooper was at Claritin. So there's all these exercises, DHS exercises for domestic operations, but also this is a place at Claritin where you recruit snipers for going overseas. CIA, sniper training. Claritin's been a training center there for a long time. Greg Nickel has been a member there, etc. And this is where you bring in 5 or 6 people and you bounty, for instance, Russian generals in Ukraine, or you bounty certain politicians with explosives or weapons, sniper weapons, to take out political opposition that you want to effectuate the overthrow, right? We did this with 80 or 90 killings on both sides in Ukraine, create instability, etc. And this is the Antifa network we're looking at with Hooper, especially Yurik, and then this other guy named Borer. They seem to be recruiting out of these bicycle clubs, and then out of the bicycle clubs, then they're kind of move up through the Act Blue kind of recruiting network into shooting pistols, start with pistols, then go to rifles, then go to AR-15s, then go to this silencers and scopes and so forth, long distance shooting. That seems to be the general progression here. And it's through the religious network of Joel Osteen, you know, the televangelist. So that looks like the money's being rinsed through Joel Osteen at the televangelist.
I have a feeling that there is going to be so many people looped into this that it is going to be like ridiculous. I really, 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 really do. Yeah, I think that so many people are going to get pulled into it. It's going to be, outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. All right, Harrison Crank says a Minnesota Democrat politician and his wife stole 244 Trump yard signs this summer. They were both just charged with felonies. Let's make the picture bigger. Let's make them famous. Oh, they were charged with misdemeanors. What is this? Okay, correction. Charged with misdemeanors. The Democrat politician is a convicted felon. Okay, so we got that right now. Okay, and here they are. Here's the woman. And here's her man. Yep. That's the two of them. Lovely pair. Lovely, lovely, lovely pair. You think? Oh, no, I just closed my feed. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. Before I add anything new to my feed, I want to make sure we finish going through what I had over here. I know I'm getting close to, I knew I was getting close to the top. But I know we're not quite there yet. So, where are we? Where are we? Come on. Okay, maybe we're not so as close as I thought we were. I want to get this done before 4 o'clock my time, because of the fact that I want to be able to have time to go and cook dinner before Trump and Elon. But I'm going to come back on and do Trump and Elon. So, all right. Insurrection Barbie says, so Crooks was training to shoot a rifle for a year at the same place that the FBI and DHS held their trainings. And the FBI didn't feel the need to disclose that. It had to come from Grassley's office. Again, how is this not the biggest story in America right now?
The FBI has barely said a word about what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Thankfully, Congress is churning out new information to help the American people understand what happened. Records obtained by Senator Chuck Grassley show Thomas Crooks' intense preparation in the months leading up to his assassination attempt. Turns out that Crooks first joined the Clairton Gun Club in August of last year, just a year ago, and then visited the range 43 times. Crooks even spent holidays at the shooting range, including Christmas, Valentine's Day, Halloween. And his parents didn't think this was strange. In 2024, he went to the range for target practice 3 to 6 times a month, almost exclusively training with rifles, not handguns, and made one final visit the day before shooting Trump. The shooting range was crawling with feds. Multiple local and federal law enforcement agencies trained at this facility, including the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees Secret Service. Crooks was training under federal law enforcement's nose. We're now seeing just how close they got to each other. Just 2 months before trying to kill Trump, Crooks was at the range within 24 hours of a Homeland Security Office training session.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. How can they not see that? We played that other one at the beginning. All right, here we go.
Look at these, bro. A huge group of teenagers in downtown LA trashing a car and beating up the driver who was just trying to drive across Olympic at Hope as it was blocked by dozens of teens on their bikes.
And one of them, threw out a bottle.
This was August 2nd, and Shalobik Bazarbai pulled over to check the damage on his car, but was quickly surrounded by those teens who began attacking him.
And there's a crowd around him. They're kicking him and they're hitting him with stuff.
Jeanette Garcia was in another car at the intersection and couldn't sit back and just watch this man get jumped by 30 to 40 teenagers.
Yeah, I just jumped in and I shoved my way in to find the guy. And once I knew I had him, I just got him up and I took him with me.
There she is holding up Bazarbai and walking him to safety while still holding off the angry group.
It was just 30 versus me arguing and everything, and I just had him behind me.
His leg was broken, but knows his injuries could have been far worse if Garcia, who wasn't intimidated by the group, didn't step in.
Somebody pulled me out. Yeah, pulled me out from the circle and literally she saved my life.
Bazarbai has only been in LA for a year, seeking asylum from his native Kyrgyzstan. The teens who smashed up his car also stole nearly everything inside, including his passport, a critical document for someone only here in the U.S. temporarily, but hoping to stay longer.
It was very important for me and now it's gonna be difficult to recover it.
A man seeking a safer life in the U.S. now with a broken leg and a stolen wallet and passport, all at the hands of teenagers.
How could it be possible for little kids to be doing such bad things?
That boils down to parenting. You blame the parents as much as you blame the kids. All right, Insurrection Barbie says, listen to the Border Patrol agent tell you about what it's like to be the wife of a Border Patrol agent under Kamala Harris.
My husband is a Border Patrol agent. Okay, I'm a Border Patrol wife. I know what our Border Patrol agents go through every single day. Okay, we were getting 10,000 illegal crossings per day in South Texas. We didn't have the resources, the manpower. Our Border Patrol agents are exhausted.
Down here patching up the border today, and we always like to see what we can find. I'm holding a bunch of passports from different countries around the world. I got Pakistan, Ecuador, China. I got some Ethiopia. It's time that we wake up in our nation. We cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that people are getting across our border who have ill will toward us. A totally separate group of people for those seeking asylum, and we have to stop putting them in the same bucket because it is a massive national security risk.
Are you concerned at all that we have people coming across the border that their interests are not aligned with America?
I think we should have a concern about that, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. That's simple. That's simple. All right. The whole Harris campaign is one big lie.
I just read that the VP part of the ticket is coach versus couch.
Oh my God, that would be so clever and funny. Except Tim Walz wasn't the coach. He was an unpaid assistant. And even though this is what the Harris campaign is passing out at the rally, this is just more stolen valor for Tim Walz because he actually lied about being the head coach for years. It's only because the Harris campaign is talking about it that it's coming to life. See, Tim Walz falsely claimed to have been the head coach of the state champion Mankato West football team, when in reality, he was just an unpaid assistant. Now, he did serve as the head coach for the Alliance High School freshman team, but he was forced to resign after his DUI. He was a head coach of a freshman football team for less than a month, one where he pretended to be deaf to try to get out of it. Like, how many things is Tim Walz going to lie about? And how bad is the DNC research team? Because, like, before she was going to select him as a VP candidate, they had to look into him. Like, they had to have noticed that he lied about his military service. He lied about his rank. He lied about deploying. And now we find out that he's even lying about being that team's football coach. This just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah. Walz exposure. Yep. Democrats don't want you to see this video posted by Donald Trump on Truth. Here we go.
The jury, please step out of the hallway.
If it's dead, don't you break out soon, kill more. See, the only thing if I get with dead is if I can just kill two. I wish if I can kill more of those motherfuckers. Kill more cops soon.
He says he wants to apply for pardon for the felony he committed. Attempt of murder.
Yep. Truth. All right, here's another one.
I really believe I'd run in there even if I didn't have a weapon.
But now comes word that back in 1991, Donald Trump may have actually had a heroic moment when he foiled a mugging by a guy with a baseball bat. Look at the Just on Earth New York Daily News headline. Muggers trumped. Donald stops attack. It happened when Trump and his second wife, Marla Maples, were on their way to a Paula Abdul concert when the billionaire noticed the mugger beating a guy with a baseball bat. Trump told his limo driver to pull over here in Midtown Manhattan. According to published reports at the time, he got out and yelled, "Put down the bat." The mugger recognized Trump and reportedly responded, "Mr. Trump, I didn't do anything wrong." Replied Trump, "You're whacking a guy with a bat." The assailant fled the scene. No police report was filed.
I really believe I'd run.
the more you know, the more you know. All right, really, it's her moment. Come on.
I'm here. I'm taking a moment so you can read it. This is Time Magazine. We know how great they are. This is the latest cover featuring the person that they're literally they're not even shoving it down our throats. They're filling our throats, our ass, every orifice of our body all of a sudden with this puta. And so now this is her moment. Bitch, you had 3.5 years for your moment. You had 3.5 years for your moment. Why wasn't there a moment in 3.5 years? You never went to the border. You've done shit for the black community. You've done shit for the gay community. You've done shit for the Latin community. You've done shit at the border because you're supposed to be some kind of czar. Okay? You had 3.5 years. And then you want to try and say what? That you're going to no tax on tips? Girl, Trump already said that. We've already been writing that for months on tabs at the bar. We've already been putting on tabs at the bar before yo ass started coming around opening yo big old mouth. We've already been putting no tax Trump 2024. So was that not, did you not have a moment in 3.5 years? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Her moment. Yeah. Well, her moment is going to be her moment is going to be getting locked up. Because I think that this the 25th Amendment is a means in which to prosecute those who hide the condition of a guy such as Joe Biden. And they've hid it and hid it and hid it for years. And because they hid it, that means they're complicit. So that means whatever one goes down for, they all fall down. Yep. London Bridges, baby. London Bridges. All right. Robbie Starbucks says, wow, Harley Davidson customer BLFing just sent me this. He's taking his tank badges off and he's mailing them back to the company with this message. Now that's a statement. Others who remove their shields and badges should do this. Go woke, go broke. And there's his Harley Davidson badges. Dear Harley Davidson, you can have these tank badges back. I don't want them anymore. Yeah. Go woke, go broke. Yep. Big time. This is going to be, yep. All right. I mean, therefore I am says she gets it.
Okay. Not to get political, but I just heard Kamala Harris at one of her rallies and what she said, because I have a friend, she's great, and I trust her about things, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna give her a chance. Let me just see what Kamala's about. So I watched her rally. Friend, you know who you are. God bless you for sitting through it. You're the only one I really talk to about these things. But she's wonderful. She's a wonderful human. Here's the thing. Tuned in, and like I heard all the you know who bashing. Heard it. I was like, okay, we're getting through it. Got through it. Then she started to say, hey, groceries are too high. And, you know, gas is too expensive. And families are suffering. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, they are. Gosh, Kamala, thank you. And then I heard her say, we gotta change that. We gotta change. And I was like, okay, come on, let's see. How are you gonna do that? And then I thought about it. I heard her out and I was on board for a second. I was like, oh yeah, girl, let's change it. Yeah, I liked how she was gonna too. I like that. Those are promises. She's with the people. Thank you. And then I remembered she could do that right now. Honey, you could do that right. You could do it this moment. Like, just do it. You won't. Just do it. Maybe if you just did it. Maybe if you just did it. Maybe you just lowered prices. I might vote for you because I know you're going to do it. Just do it. You're in there. You're already in there. You've been in there. You've been in there, which I don't know is better. I don't know if it's better if you were in there and you watched this all happen. You didn't say anything. Or is it worse? Is it worse? Is it better that you saw this happening and maybe you did it? What? Is she like campaigning against herself right now? She's campaigning. Just do it. Just do it. I'll vote Kamala. Do it. Do it today. Do it today, Kamala.
Yeah. I'm getting that for you right now, Miss Mindersu. I think I got it. I think he copied. See if it comes up for you. Wow. Really? Just click on the first one there. That should bring it up. Wow. All of those letters just to be able to send that link. Wow. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? I could have done that another way too, huh? Now that I think of it. Is copy the name of it and then copy. That's the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. This is the name of it. You can copy and paste the name in there. What the heck is that? First link works. Thanks, chessboard. Thank you. But yeah. Yeah, just because they're so small. Normally I would just go with the regular puppy, but because they're so small, I've got to, things got to get broke down a lot smaller, and all that. So, all right. Wall Street Babe says Wikipedia deleted JD Vance's military awards and restored after backlash. Bill Clinton's Wikipedia was scrubbed off of Jeffrey Epstein. This isn't new. Julian Assange exposed the people who control the internet archives, who've been deleting and changing information, including our history. Here we go.
Archives of information have been centralized on computers. The Guardian's archives are only in one place. They're not in libraries all across the nation that people look for. They're only looked for on the internet. And because of copyright legislation, they're not copied elsewhere to other places on the internet. So when something disappears from the archives, the electronic archives of the West, to which all information is moving into, it is gone forever. It has not only ceased to have existed, it has ceased to have ever have existed. And when you go to those web pages that have been removed from Western papers, you won't see the tail lines. You will just see page not found. You won't see anything in the index at all. We are now approaching the state of Orwell's dictum, perfect dictum, that he who controls the present controls the past. He who controls internet servers controls the intellectual record of mankind, and by controlling that, controls our perceptions of who we are, and by controlling that, controls what laws and regulations we make in society.
Julian was spilling the beans all the way back then. All right, here's some Tom Fenton.
Hey, breaking news. The Justice Department was just ordered by a federal court to answer the lawsuit filed for Ashley Babbitt's estate and her family, the $30 million wrongful death lawsuit filed by Judicial Watch. They now have to answer the lawsuit's claims within 30 days for wrongful death, assault and battery, negligence, etc. I know Ashley's family is pleased that the case is now proceeding, and of course, Judicial Watch is honored to be able to do the heavy lifting to get justice and accountability for Ashley. She should never have been shot that day by a Capitol Hill police officer. Her shooting was unjustified. Her killing was inexcusable. Justice can't come quickly enough for Ashley and her family.
Yep. It's going to be interesting if that lawsuit is completed before they find out she's alive, because it's an awakening that's going on. So it boils down to how they do this in order to wake people up. Yep. Pizza Pepe. Clinton supporters agree with quotes from Trump. Here we go.
What did you think when Hillary Clinton said, "I see improved relations with Russia from a position of strength only as possible"?
I agree with Hillary.
Hillary Clinton said, "Immigration is a privilege and we should not let anyone into this country who doesn't support our communities, all of our communities."
Well, I'd virtually have to agree with that.
Hillary said, "In order to achieve the American dream, let people keep more money in their pockets and increase after-tax wages."
Yes. Okay. It's in order that's a great idea so that we can start to move everybody up and start moving people out of the level of poverty.
And obviously runs fairly severe contrast to what Donald Trump is proposing.
Absolutely. Many of her comments run severe contrast to Donald Trump.
What do you think of this quote from Hillary? "There's nothing I love more than women, but they're really a lot different than portrayed. They're far worse than men, far more aggressive, and boy, can they be smart."
I agree. I've worked for 38 years in the hospital with women, and that's a very accurate.
And you think that's obviously a sharp contrast to her opponent?
Absolutely.
Hillary Clinton said, "I like the concept of local education. I want to get rid of Common Core. I think Common Core is a disaster."
Well, I'm an educator. I'm a school teacher. I think Common Core is a disaster too.
And what do you think of this Hillary quote? "I have never seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke."
Never seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke. Well, let me tell you something. Diet Coke does not make you thin.
So you would say, get rid of Common Core, keep the Diet Coke.
Keep the Diet Coke.
What do you think of this Hillary Clinton quote? "I am opposed to gay marriage."
Well, I've heard that a lot from a lot of politicians. It's all about the timing, though, isn't it? No, hey, she's for us now. Yay! I'll take that as a win.
What do you think of this quote from Hillary Clinton? "While Bette Midler is an extremely unattractive woman, I refuse to say that because I always insist on being politically correct."
I am sure that she never said that.
You're right. Please don't sue me.
I can't make any guarantees. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually went back and told all those people that was Donald Trump who said those things. Just out of curiosity. Oh, he's not live already, is he? Hold on here. They can't be live yet. Okay, she's just going through his posts. Okay, so she's going to be a tough one to compete with in getting people to watch on X. Yeah, she'll absolutely be a tough one. So, all right, here's Dan Bongino. Here we go.
All right, quick break, and I want to give you some more inside baseball. Did you hear about this medical emergency story? Hey, listen, man, Laura Loomer broke this thing first. Whether you like her or not, she broke this story first. Nobody made fun of her. Everyone who made fun of her should go back and apologize. She was absolutely right. Did you hear about this medical emergency story? Now it explains everything about the coup. Because there was a coup to get by now. And in a really stunning video, he admitted it this weekend. All right, quick break, and I want to give you some more inside baseball.
Yeah. Interesting, huh? Yep. All right, Ben Bergquam. Here we go. England and Europe are falling to jihad and yeah. Really don't need to be.
This is from decades of open borders, both legal and illegal immigration by the woke left. This is an unholy alliance with communists and now jihadists that want to take over the world. And they aren't going to stop until they do. The irony is the same year Columbus sailed the ocean blue, the Spanish kicked the last of the Moors out of their country. Now we're inviting jihad back in. The moral of the story is if you don't learn the lessons of history, you're bound to repeat them. If you haven't read the book, you need to read it. It's called The Sword and the Scimitar by my friend Raymond Ibrahim. 1400 years of Christendom versus jihadism. You got to read it. This is just the beginning. It's only going to get worse. You better wake up. One thing to note in this last video, watch this again. The one guy who's acting like he's a peacekeeper has his hands up trying to separate people. As soon as he sees his opportunity, he attacks as well. I see that everywhere I go, whether it's Antifa, BLM, now Hamas, any of these illegal aliens, all of this stuff. You see the same things. They pretend to be good, and as soon as they get an opportunity, they're evil. And this is the battle. It is good versus evil. We have one generation to save this. Europe is pretty much gone, but in America, it's 2024. We have to elect President Trump. We have to elect MAGA to the House and the Senate. If Kamala Harris steals her way in there, if the Democrats steal it again, the world is gone. It's not just America. The world is gone. But it's not just President Trump. America needs President Trump as its president, but the world needs Jesus. That's the bottom line. Jesus is the only lasting peace that the world has ever known. Pray for peace in the Middle East. Pray for peace in Europe. Pray for peace in America. And the only way we get that is with Jesus. Wake up, stand up, because it's not getting any better. The boats are still coming.
We're going to jump over to here. If I can get it to slide windows. So, Batshit Bonkers Britain.
I just wanted to say a few words away from Batshit Bonkers. To say that I know so many people right now, whether you realize it or not, are just feeling kind of beaten down. Like, what's the point? You're getting up to go for work, to earn your money, to pay your taxes, to provide for your family. You've limited your own lives in order that you can afford it because you were brought up to be accountable. And what's really going on in this country is a bunch of people, ordinary people, just want things to be nice again. They want it to be like what we knew when we were growing up, where you could work hard, play fair, and afford to have a house, have your family, maybe go on holiday a bit, and drive your car without people telling you what to do. That's the reality of it. And instead, you're being called all these labels. You see the media manipulating things. We have the funeral of a young girl, barely talked about, certainly not given any headlines. And the truth is that you're none of the labels. You're just ordinary people who want things to be nice. It's why people want to come here, because you're prepared to contribute to others and for others. And the other thing that's so important to me is you realize that not only are you not the labels that you're being called, you're better than that. You're the decent, ordinary, good people who want to try and contribute to pay their bit in order that others can do better. So not only are you not far right, my darlings, you're bloody marvelous.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do want to look here. Elon. I do follow him, but I just want to go here and live conversation on X with me at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So yeah, so we're about an hour. Okay, because I kind of wanted Elon and Trump in the title, but this is one that was put up from Dave this morning at about 4 hours ago. So while I was down, he was actually on. And most of you didn't know it or see it. So let's go ahead and jump on here real quick.
Hey everybody, let me just tone down the music. I got to jump right into this because I got a plane to catch, and I wanted to get lay this out for you really quickly. And so I'm jumping right into things here. I miss you guys. I haven't been able to broadcast on my vacation here visiting family in Ohio. So I am looking forward to getting back with you with a regular schedule starting tomorrow. And let me just bring up some of the things I want to show you. So many incredible comms that we have coming at us from Trump and from Q. So let me just walk you through this. Just make sure that everybody is with us over on Rumble. Welcome to Rumble. And I'm just on Rumble and X. So if you could share these links out to our fellow Sneds on Facebook and YouTube, share out these links, please do so. And yeah, folks, I'm getting right into it here. So first off, Trump tweeted today on X, and let me take you to that first, if I haven't already. Let me take you to my posts, because what's funny is that it doesn't show up on Trump's timeline. So let me take you first to this drop or this tweet, and then that'll get us to where we need to be. Here we go. All right, now that should be showing up on my StreamYard. Yes, okay, we're in the right place. There's our lovely Jen Davis, JD Truth Seeker, sharing a little bit about jabs here, and which I had already reposted and reposted again. But let me take you down to Trump and his post. I'm sure many of you have already read this, but this is the first post on Truth on X since the mugshot. This is huge. On the day of the X interview, which he'll be with Elon Musk tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I won't be able to cover that because I'll be in the air. But very peculiar as we can access this post and comment, but cannot be found on his timeline. Now, to me, that tells us that he is in the know and in with Musk on a level that only you and I know about, but the lefties will not. But that they're alerting us to that they have the code, they have the access to be able to do that kind of thing. And he's done two so far today. And he said, "Are you better off now than where you were when I was president? Our economy is shattered. Our border has been erased. We're a nation in decline. Make the American dream affordable again. Make America safe again. Make America great again." And it is this post, which I'll play for you.
President Ronald Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
All of you will go to the polls, will stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security is as safe that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago. If you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
President Trump, he'll make America great again.
So that's obviously an ad for President Trump. Now the key here is it was 3:54 a.m. this morning. So I went to Q Drop 3:54. Shall we play a game? Question mark. Now, when Q came back after a year and a half off, Q said, "Shall we play a game once more?" That was Q's first drop after a year and a half. This is pointing to us a Q drop of a similar topic after Trump has been gone for quite some time from X. Find the spiders and build the web, the map. That's what the Q drops. Remember, they consider you to be the fly, specifically the feeder. Remember, they call us useless eaters. Remember, they never thought she was going to lose. We're talking about Hillary. Therefore, they never thought investigations and or public interest into their criminal acts would be exposed and investigated. That's what we see happening. Therefore, they never thought they had anything to fear. They openly showcased their symbolism. Therefore, they were sloppy. The Saints apologize for the background noise. Those are my great nieces and nephews. Therefore, they openly showcased their symbolism. Therefore, they were sloppy. Hussein's last speech in Chicago regarding scandal-free. Why did he continually emphasize that phrase? As a backup, they infiltrated and controlled the narrative of the MSM. As a backup, they install only those on the team. I'm going to let you read the rest of this, just a screen capture. But what I'm going to go down to is power over the U.S. military, worldwide dominance to push against other nations and install the like kind. This is what they were going after. But what I want to take you to is the fix has always been in, no matter which party won the election. JFK killed, Reagan shot. Obviously very important considering that Trump was shot. They tried to assassinate him, and Reagan was shot because they tried to take him out. And that was George Bush, as well as George Bush under JFK. So how important, how significant is it that they did a post and showed Ronald Reagan, right? So, and the other thing that this does is it takes us, that link takes us to Trump's 20-point plan for America. Go ahead and screenshot that if you want. I'm not going to go over that because I've got more to share with you before I have to get out of here. Okay. So that takes you to that from that tweet that he dropped. Okay. But also what we saw President Reagan in this speech and President Trump with Ronald Reagan. Right. So let me continue. Now, these people are really stupid. Follow the husbands. Another hint, Ian Cameron. Okay, now Ian Cameron is married to Susan Rice. Susan Rice is a part of many scandals under the Obama administration, primarily the unmasking of many in the Trump camp, right? So you can look up this guy, Cameron produced, he was a producer for ABC News, which is going to cover one of the debates, and is obviously fake news. Trump has specifically pointed them out recently because of Rachel Scott's interview with him, starting by asking him really nasty question, and how George Stephanopoulos, he's been referring to ABC News. And so this is also, you'll find in the Q drops many connections between the Obama administration and ABC News. Okay. This is Biden with Rice. They were both in that during the unmasking that they were looking to do of Trump's people, including Flynn at the time. She was also hired by Joe to lead his White House Domestic Policy Council. Okay. And she is corrupt as the day is long. Q also points us to McKinsey and Company. I recommend you check them out and how they're connected. And also back to the Q drop, Clowns in America, that's obviously the CIA. Dr. Emmett J. Rice. Dr. Emmett J. Rice is Susan Rice's father, who was with the Tuskegee Airmen during World War II, taught at Cornell, and was a former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and National Security Advisor. That was his daughter, Susan. He was on the Federal Reserve Board. Okay, Federal Reserve. Look what's happening with our monetary system right now. And Q says down here, Federal Reserve. Everyone is connected. How about a nice game of chess? Okay, this is what Trump pointed us to with this particular timestamp. Now, I wanted to also take you to, no, that's not it. That's not it. Let me see if it's over here. No, it's not. Well, let me just, I'll just redo it to 108. 108 is the time length of that particular drop. And if you go to 108, it takes us to primarily what occurred. It flushed Barack Obama out. Why is that relevant? Analyze timestamps to my message of Barack Obama's tweet. So again, this ties in with Barack Obama. I want you to check that out on your own. Also, November 5th, a very auspicious day for us, and that was 108. I have not done this, but what I also will do is drop the 0 and go to 18 directly. And that takes us to Pelosi, Mueller, John McCain, Mayo Clinic, and who sits on the board at the Mayo Clinic. And I forget who that was at the time, but it was, let me see. I forget. You guys can figure that out pretty easily going back to 2017. And that was at the time that McCain was getting his surgery. So let me take you back to this drop. So this is very significant. So the 108 time length of the video and the timestamp, and Trump is sending us a very significant message. Now, oh, I know why I didn't have it up there for you, is because I did it on QAG.news. But this is it. You can take a screenshot of that. Okay. Now, looking at the dates of today, the deltas, Monday, August 12th, the one that really popped out at me was 1859, where Satan, which is at S8N, Satan, I miss you, son, at Real Donald Trump. And Q shared that on August 12th. This Twitter account was referenced for a very specific reason, holds many questionable messages from people of power influence. These accounts are run by big names. Now, we were also alluded to very recently that Trump was in control of the Il Donato Trumpo. And also, Q is telling us that other accounts are big names as well. Maybe White Hat, maybe Black Hat. But I miss you, son, Real Donald Trump. He just returned to X. So this is on X. This is an X post of how he is missed. Also, this is a tweet that they're going to remove Trump one way or another. And Q reminds us, you are the majority by far and growing. Fake news purpose is to project false narratives. Now we're being completely directed to fake news with the Harris campaign and the AI, and Trump actually came out and said that. Q talks about fair and balanced. Sending legacy media spotlight propels QAnon movement, and how they were trying to take down the QAnon movement, but it actually did the opposite. And this is the how these people are stupid, and how basically this is just the tear down of the mainstream media and the fake news. And so some of these links I would recommend you go to. And And do they feel protected? Who do they report to? If known in advance, could this be an advantage? These people are stupid. Enjoy the show. Now, this has to do with also the 4 a.m. talking points, right? Which we've been talking about. We've been, directed to quite recently. Also, August 12th, I want to take you to 1855, which is the boom, 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 which we've been directed to. And why did NBC have a confidential conference call yesterday with a few of its affiliates regarding the need to remove potentially sensitive tweets? Panic at NBC News. Has Media Matters been hired to locate and identify potentially sensitive tweets from known characters? The more you know. Isn't that funny? That's the NBC. The more you know, that ad campaign. But when in actuality, they're trying to stop us from knowing the things that we need to be knowing. And this was how they're trying to tear down the QAnon, right? And anybody that calls it QAnon doesn't know what they're talking about. This is Trump, and this is what's interesting. He says, this was August 12th, 2018 tweet. Seems like the Department of Justice and FBI had a program to keep Donald Trump from becoming president. At Daryl Issa and Fox and Friends, if this happened to the other side, everybody involved would be in jail. This is a media cover-up of the biggest story of our time. That was, again, August 12th, 2018. It's a delta. It's a significant point because if you look at what happened today, Trump is set to sue the DOJ for over $100 million over the Mar-a-Lago raid after classified documents case was dismissed. That happened today. Do you think that's an accident that this tweet was today? What is that, 6 years ago? Okay. Talking about the Department of Justice to keep Donald Trump from becoming president. And then he goes and he sues them today for $100 million. Do you think, my friends, that is an accident? Because I, for one, do not think it's an accident. Now, let me take you to, there's a few more to dive in there, but you can look at Media Matters. They're basically trying to take out, they're trying to prop up Tim Walz, right? And they're plotting a preemptive coup because Jamie Raskin had said that they're going to, take Trump out if he is elected by the 14th Amendment. So Media Matters is in the news because of what they're trying to, the way they're trying to change the narrative away from truth into fiction that benefits the Democrat Party. And as we know, Media Matters is financed by George Soros and is run by David Brock. And David Brock is the partner. I don't know if they're partners anymore. I don't think they are, but he was the partner of James Alefantis during the Pizzagate scandal. And so David Brock is a very significant player in the whole Pizzagate scandal and the Pizzagate and subsequent Pizzagate cover-up, by the way, as well. Okay, so let me take you to. Let me stop the screen there for a minute. Hey, thanks for all your comments, my friends. I'm sorry I can't really connect with you today as I'm traveling, but if you've missed the beginning of this, go back. I didn't do any lead in. I just came in right away. So there was no waiting. I'm going to do some more of these throughout the day as I get back to my regular schedule tomorrow because I'll be back in Texas tomorrow. So I just want to go to the second tweet, which is my on my timeline. Again, you're not going to find Trump's tweets on his timeline, which is very, 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 very interesting, right? So go to @Dave Snedeker, and I want to thank this gentleman Where is he? I'm going to do the second tweet by Trump here. Oh, this is big too, folks. Check out the whistleblowers. There are 3 whistleblowers, real whistleblowers, not the fake whistleblowers that, you know, some of the people like Michelle Moore are out there talking about. But this is Mark Jones, Fred Wynn, and Michael Taylor, who actually work for the organization that they're blowing the whistle on. That's a whistleblower, okay? People that are actually on the inside and have that information. Excuse me. Catherine Herridge is very important because she is the one who Q said follow the pen. And you see her pen in her actual tweets. You actually see the pen. So this is coming back, okay? Joey Manorino is the gentleman I wanted to thank right here. Born and raised in Philadelphia, because he let me know about Donald J. Trump coming back. Now, this is a 2:32, and I welcome you to check this out yourself. But I want to give you the very important timeline here, and that is 3 a.m. my time, which is 4 a.m. Trump's time, okay? And that 4 a.m. goes right to the 4 a.m. talking points about fake news and how these fake news people get their marching orders. Catherine Herridge does not fall into that, even though she was with CBS News. She was let go because she didn't toe the line for the establishment media. And she had a lot of information that was detrimental to them. But this is a very important point, is the 4 a.m. talking points. Trump is leading us to that particular narrative, which would also take us in turn to this, which is, let me get back to you here and go to this next drop, and that is drop 4. And if you remember, excuse me, both Sir Oliver Pollock and I both are have many times gone to the 4 drop very recently, because that's where we're being led to. And so I welcome you to check out that drop, and let me get it up now. Let me see. Where did that go? Because I need to scroll down. Here it is. And it's October 29th, 2017, obviously one of the first drops. And this is where POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. So even though we've been hearing about these assassination attempts, we don't believe that he's been at risk simply because of what Q told us. He will not be addressing a nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted, must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. So it doesn't show that it's coming from Trump. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets. Okay. Let me get this. Hold on one sec. Okay. Yep. And folks, if you'd like to support my work, you may do so here, and is much appreciated, especially being out this past week and trying to get back into the swing of things back in Texas. Focus on the military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency. What Supreme Court. So check this out, because I got to jump. But don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Ross, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS. Soros, Media Matters, was just brought into the light. David Brock, I mentioned Soros. The Rothschilds, the Federal Reserve, they own the Federal Reserve. That was brought into mention with Trump's tweets. And Clinton's obviously quite involved with and Obama were all mentioned, with the exception of Clinton, but we know that she's tied in with Obama. And they don't believe that they have more power than present day than POTUS. And that's what they're telling us. Operation Mockingbird, again, taking us to the mainstream media. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. Of the 100 times that Q told us to enjoy the show, this is the only time that Q said, sit back and enjoy the show. Folks, this is real. This is happening. These drops are there for for our benefit. So I want you to going into the interview with Musk tonight, knowing that Trump is specifically communicating to us through X. He's back on X, even though it's in a way that tells us that they have an inside scoop on X, and that because these tweets are not showing up in Trump's what should I say, the Trump's timeline. All right, my friends, much love to you. I've got to jump. I will see you tomorrow, and enjoy the interview tonight. Much love. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. Been outside cooking. Trying to get it done. Let's see. Yeah, we can't get as many people in here as Alex Jones is going to have. It looks like everybody's getting ready to do one. Maybe we should just tune into one of theirs. Actually, yeah, let's kind of do that, because we got how many do we have? We have 106 over on there right now. Well, let's bring. Well, do I want to do this, or do I want to? Let's see, it's 4:23, so it I don't think it's starting yet. Yeah, so I'm not seeing it up here. So 8 minutes ago he said 45 minutes. So you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's tune into Shipwreck. Let's tune into Shipwreck.
But if you want to go watch it there, that's perfectly fine as well. That is perfectly fine as well. We are doing really well. Thank you so much. Be back in 49 minutes. Yep, I might jet out too and run upstairs and grab another piece of chicken and then come back.
See, now you see why I get hungry, because this is what I tune into.
Kick this interview off. YouTube. We'll put up a... Why doesn't this pull up when I ask it?
She's having chicken. I'm just making hot dogs.
Pissing me off. We'll be right back. Take my heart, don't break it. I thought there'd be like, does it just keep playing? There we go. Major connections. Wait, inquiring minds want to know, Ship, are you in the haunted room again? No, I'm not. I'm in.
All right. So she's not covering it yet. Let's check and see if there's a clip in here that I can run so that I can finish cooking. We got to find one that's like 30 minutes. Okay, let's do this. There we go. Yeah, this is 29 minutes. Yeah, that should be just enough.
The United States Embassy, so much of the human trafficking and child trafficking, drug trafficking that was going on are in and out of diplomatic immunity, passports, cars, vehicles, and pouches, diplomatic pouches. That's what gave me my license to kill that was given to me by the United States. Did not come from the Army. It came through the State Department. It came through the Defense Intelligence Agency. It came through these different mechanisms that are deployed in the continental United States against state actors, both foreign and local state citizens. That's why General McChrystal, when he wanted to order a hit on Michael Hastings, he has the phone book to call up operators who are going to do that based off of any amount of money or any amount of political points that could get them the next rank up. So when they want to eliminate a reporter like that and burn him alive in his own vehicle to Holocaust him in front of everyone while he's telling people the state secrets, that's a message of the masses to try to put people back in those fear camps that we talked about earlier, the fear of death and the fear of men.
Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in to part 2 of my interview with Nathan Reynolds about covert assassinations and so much more. And in this one, Nathan slays some sacred cows. And one of the names in particular I found quite shocking. It's someone extremely close to President Donald J. Trump. It's someone Nathan alleges has been involved in some pretty shady shadow dealings over the years. And I have to tell you, I was very surprised by the name. Friends, thank you so much for tuning in. Before we start this one, just a quick word about our sponsor. Friends, are you looking for high quality medications at affordable prices? Look no further than QuickRxStore.com, which offers a wide range of generic medications, including their most popular product, fenbendazole, which is remarkable at treating parasitic infections. Also, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, and other life-saving medications. With generics, customers can save 70% or more compared to brand name medications. But that's not all. Listeners can use coupon code SAVE10 at checkout to get a 10% discount on their order. Plus, QuickRxStore.com provides swift express shipping, ensuring medications reach customers quickly and discreetly. The packaging is designed for your privacy, and the customer support team is always ready to assist. At QuickRxStore.com, the priority is the health and well-being of customers by offering premium quality medications. Visit QuickRxStore.com today and experience the difference. And don't forget to use that coupon code SAVE10 for a 10% discount. That's QuickRxStore.com, your trusted source for affordable generic meds. The link is below this video.
To the majority of the world, none of this stuff exists. They can't even wrap their heads around anything like this about what democide is. That's governments killing their own people. They don't understand what fratricide is, which is what I was a part of a lot of the military, which was hunting down and killing other soldiers, killing U.S. citizens that had been caught in human trafficking operations and drug laundering and money laundering operations and espionage. People that were selling secrets, state secrets, to Russia. People that were selling them to other agencies. That was what I got fielded into. This kind of world doesn't exist to most people because they don't know how to pick up a stinking book and read it for themselves. It's very unfortunate, but ignorance is what's killing a lot of people.
Okay, I think I will play that Max Kaiser clip as we round out the conversation in just 1 second, but I want to point out one thing to you in the audience. And if I can get this to download from YouTube, it's getting increasingly difficult. I don't know how many people do this. I download clips all the time for videos and interviews and micro documentaries. Getting real hard to download stuff from YouTube now. I'm not sure why that is, but George Clooney, a lot of people say he's CIA, and I think that's probably true. I think there's some connections there. By the way, he made out like a bandit on his tequila company, and the numbers don't quite add up on that either. But he was in a movie called Michael Clayton. And I just want to play a clip from that movie, because when you talk about corporate espionage and corporate assassinations and wet works, I don't think there's a better example in modern day movies than this clip I'm about to play from Michael Clayton. I just find that so shocking because it looks so real. It's so true. I know if they depict it in Hollywood movies, it happens in real life, and probably in more grisly ways than were just depicted in Michael Clayton. Before I play the clip from Max Kaiser, your thoughts on what you just saw there? Do you want to comment on that?
I do, because I'm just going to explain something to you guys, for those of you that just want to understand. There was an operation that I had to do under General Stanley McChrystal's orders. He was the commander for the Joint Special Operations Command in Fort Bragg, North Carolina at the time. He was the head of special operations, SOF units, including Delta operatives and including what are called other government organizations. They started working hand in hand in order to try to advance him into a political seat of power into the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of State. He was hobnobbing and brown-nosing his way into that industry. Along the way to do that was eliminating political dissidents of state assets here in the United States. He was killing people off through his hitmen. Okay.
Is there a Michael Hastings connection here?
We're going to get into something.
The Rolling Stone whistleblower, the Rolling Stone reporter.
We're going to go real deep into that if you would like, because there's some people and change agents that I was a part of and did operations for, specifically under the direction of McChrystal, operating out of Alexandria, Virginia at the time, a place where he later in 2014 set up a private LLC. This is after he fast-tracked. I've got to go back. Sorry. I got to back you up in the timeline here for a second, because we got to talk about the private consultation groups of what General McChrystal founded and what Michael Flynn and some of the other operatives that passed a lot of the disinformation financing campaign to silence truthers, to infiltrate truthing communities, to create and finance all the bots behind the scenes and weaponize the NSA, all of these different agencies to go after and censor people that were bringing forth the truth, to censor whistleblowers. This all had its origins back when I was in the United States Army in 2007. I went on an operation given to me by General McChrystal to go to agents in the judicial community of the United States who were doing sting operations on whistleblowers. These FBI agents were dirty, very dirty. And they were planting child pornography on hard drives of whistleblowers so they could discredit them and throw them into prison. That's what they were doing under the orders and under the command of the head of the FBI. Covertly, abstractly, through a cutout. Okay, this is somebody who doesn't know the job, who doesn't know A and doesn't know B, but is just a cutout who passes on orders. These FBI agents.
I just want to back you up.
Absolutely.
Cheryl Atkinson has blown the whistle on this and testified that this is the case, that she was basically threatened. If she didn't shut up, they're going to find child porn on her husband's computer.
It's exactly how it works. This is exactly how they eliminate people. This is character assassination. Please understand, this is all in the lieu of psychological operations. That's based, the head of psychological operations is at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. They've changed their name, of course, because they're always masquerading. But listen, that head of psychological operations are the people who have the propaganda presses to put out materials like this and tell you guys, underworld operators, how to dismantle countries from within. These are the people that were willing to bend over physically and literally do anything to anybody in order to climb their way to the top. They do all the dirty trickster stuff. This is how they deal with dissidents. And they would do it for people like the area of the network that I was investigating at the time was going on in Maryland at Indian Head. There's a naval experimental. It's one of the biggest naval operations stations in the entire country. Most important critical infrastructure that helps to develop secret weapons predominantly. There's a lot of spies coming in and out of that. Well, one of those people was somebody who had discovered a weapon system that was being deployed against the American populace. This specific weapon system that was being deployed was physically designed to engineer retroviruses to kill genetic markers of people and to protect those that didn't have those genetic markers. They had taken that information and smuggled it out and were trying to work with a journalist to bring it forward. The way that the FBI, when they found out about this, they sucked their dirty tricksters onto them and were putting child porn onto them. The reason they popped up onto my radar was because I was at a meeting covertly where the child pornography was being paid for and purchased. I was there plain clothes, posing as a very different buyer of that in order to ascertain evidence for it. When that deal went down, then those guys got marked in my world for strategic eliminations, for killing. However, I was ordered, instead of killing them, to follow them and to tail them and to figure out who the customer really was and see if I could run up the ring another ring or two, run it up a little bit higher. What it led me to, however, was them planting that on a whistleblower's hard drive. That's when the whole entire case shifted for me, and General McChrystal ordered a stand-down order so that that evidence could get planted on that whistleblower's hard drive first. Then I was supposed to eliminate the buyers. That's where it gets really disgusting and messy, because rather than killing the whistleblower, rather than killing the journalists, they're weaponizing these information agents to do that stuff for you. Okay. My side of it was to eliminate the perverts of justice all along the way. Because when I start to see that, I start to connect the dots and see what's actually going on here. And this is the stuff that absolutely destroyed and ruined my faith in the United States military at the time, because the people that were in the position of power most effectively to stop it were facilitating all the evil. And they got promoted. He got promoted. General Stanley McChrystal got fast-tracked to the White House. He got fast-tracked to the United Nations. He's a Council on Foreign Relations member. He's in with the big club in his own way. And because of that, when he got out of the military and everyone bowed down to him and gave him reverence and cheered him on for the hero that he wasn't, that man started a LLC, a consulting group that operated out of Alexandria, Virginia, the very brick and mortar physical house that myself and other secret clandestine operatives would go to get special kill team assignments for, to go and do these from. This is all in the public, and you can see this in the public record. He purchased that house and began to operate special kill teams, wet workers, and as a corporate for hire. Instead of having to be associated with the military, he has a long black book of people he can call who will do these for whoever has the money, whoever has the political clout. He still operates that to this day. They've since closed down that facility because what they operated from there was manipulating lobbyists, manipulating politicians, blackmailing child exploitation rings. They coordinated that from there to pass the very legislation that has turned all of us off, that's silenced us, that's taken away our financial records, that's eliminated and destroyed us. That's those two men operated from there and launched intelligence operations in the forms of all kinds of truth or conspiracies, some that are obviously not true, some that are full of rotten, some that have some truth, and others that are controlling the opposition. They are well implanted in the opposition to control the narrative and silence those that are actually authentic within there. Those are some of the power breakers. That was some of my interactions with them. And I could and would testify about this in elaborate and details, however it sees fit, to anyone that actually has the willingness to see justice brought to the surface.
Oh my God, that's so chilling. You just said the two men. I heard you mention two names, McChrystal, dirty as the day is long, and I heard you mention the name Michael Flynn. Are those the two men, or did I miss the second name?
Those are the two men that are working together in their business.
General Michael Flynn?
Yes,
General
sir.
Michael Flynn?
Yes, sir.
You're saying General Michael Flynn is dirty?
Bro.
No, I know. Look, I need to do a
people's
follow-up
idols are
call.
going to die tonight. If people would take the time to learn business associations and who these people actually are affiliated with, they would find out that there is a lot of controlled opposition that is yoked in covenant and sexual union to the very people that they're masquerading, that they're fighting behind the scenes. A lot of these people are in the belly of the beast, and they're fighting and weaponizing the resistance force only to control it to its demise. You have to know them by their fruits, you guys. You have to be so careful to carefully examine each and every one of these people and who it is that they do their dirty deeds with, to understand that some of them are incredibly in bed with the worst kinds of people. Give me 1 second here. I just pull up, if I can, Sean, before I totally go down that road with you. I'm going to pull up for you just the deed of that house where they started their consulting firm, just so people can see the specific name, because I want to make sure that people are able to enter this into the public record. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, while you're pulling up the deed, let me play this clip from Max Kaiser talking about the evil in this world in the satanic global cabal. How do we win this thing? How do we possibly unwind it? Listen to this.
You know, Alex, this is one of those moments where it really does become biblical, where you are asking yourself for God's help, because we humans have gotten ourselves into a real big mess here. You know, we're over indebted. We've got atomic weapons. We've got a media that's in the service of psychopaths. We've got politicians that are clearly on the take of the worst elements of the globalist cabal, and they are conspiring to create a toxic stew that is nightmarish. And we must reach into within ourselves and just do what we can to pray. We really have to pray. And this is something that President Bukele talks about often. When Tucker asked him, how did you escape the gang warfare that was plaguing your country for decades? You were the most violent country in the world.
He said we all got together in the cabinet and prayed.
We prayed. And he said, we prayed and it worked. So, maybe President Bukele looked to President Bukele as the leader of the free world. What did he do? What is he doing? Well, he's praying. He's asking God. Maybe that is the answer. And I think it certainly worked in El Salvador. And historically, that's why we have the concept of God. The concept of God is, been around for a while. Occasionally liberal societies turn their back on God, and you have a different experience in different periods of time but it comes back to it. If you want another historical interesting precedent, it would be Weimar Republic in their 20s in Germany, when you had hyperinflation, and the society went into a decadent bacchanal that was really disgusting, where sex and all kinds of things were just openly on the streets. I mean, if you look at the gay pride parade this year, and you had men, fornicating on the streets in front of kids, right? That's a level of decadence that is
That's
rare
always a signpost of collapse. Why
it's a very signpost of collapse.
Why is it always a signpost?
Well, that was hyperinflation. So the hyperinflation, money is a unit of exchange and a unit of value that represents the value of society in a lot of ways. And during hyperinflation, where an ounce of gold went from 1-to-1 Reichsmark exchange rate to something like 1 trillion to 1, right? Values themselves in that society's crash. So these things that we would normally find abhorrent become normalized.
I'll pause it there. How interesting that we are now mirroring exactly. The United States is mirroring exactly what happened in 1920s, 1930s Germany. And now add to that the sexual decadence, mocking God openly. The left does. They hate God. They worship abortion. Everybody knows the story at this point, at least those of us paying attention. But how ironic that we too will soon be facing hyperinflation. We're already facing inflation. When they debased Germany's currency, people started selling their bodies. Human beings become commodities. They get so desperate, they sell themselves for sex. They sell their children for sex. We're not very far in this country right now, Nathan, from 1930s Germany. I mean, in fact, I might make the argument that we're pretty much there.
Well, and I think there was some actual better circumstances over in 1930s Germany than we have here, including no usury and interest being paid. There was some better things going for them economically that allowed them to be a very different entity when they came into the early phases of war and war building and war machining.
But I think that's when Hitler took power, though, right? When Hitler took power, he outlawed usury. Am I right on that?
Correct. The money magic didn't lose some of their power until he came to office and began to outlaw those things. Anytime the money, the cash flow for all of these operations gets damaged and affected, this is when those types of the world war machine starts to crank up their coffers, and the propaganda machines start to target and annihilate somebody to knock them out. Like we talked about even a little bit earlier with John Kennedy and why it was that he was targeted for elimination in one ways. When you start playing games with the money, or General Gaddafi, or even some of the other change agents that tried to come in here and destabilize the interest racket, the fractional reserve lending, anybody that comes in and starts to meddle with the money, well, that's so much of the modern man's power force. That's so much of modern man's iniquity force that brings that to the fruition.
Guys, apologies for this real quick break, and a word about our sponsor. Are you worried about the future of the U.S.? Just do your own due diligence. Self-directed, never been easier. To Noble Gold Investment.
That brings that to the fruition.
How do we possibly extricate ourselves from this nightmare? You know, I think Max and Alex are right. We need to pray. We need to get down on our knees and beg God to help us. We need divine intervention. We need forgiveness, and we need prayer. We need everybody to pray. Is that too easy an answer? But first, show us the deed. Then you tell us, how in the world do we turn this thing around? Or can we?
Well, let me go ahead and hold on. I've got to screenshot this for you for a second.
Okay.
This didn't come easy, Sean. Let me just put it that way, bro. There's been a lot of bloodshed behind the scenes that people try to fight to get this information out, and a lot of them were massacred. Everything I'm talking about, everything I've said is in the public domain. I've talked about these, well, I haven't gone into the same specific levels of details about that operation that took place. But listen, bro, everything I did is what's called unacknowledged. Unacknowledged. This is a legal term inside of these clandestine operations. It's unacknowledged, meaning on paper, none of this ever happened, and there's plausible deniability on all party sides of it. So the way that they distance themselves from that is they put you in what's called special access projects, and they compartmentalize you and do not give you clearances in the normal methodology, so that you're not dealing with classified material, so that you don't have the same reporting hierarchy, chain of command requirements in order to do these types of operations. But the way that much of this black operations is actually run out of is through consultants, is through State Department assets. You know, that's where there's shot callers in that industry that are called black dragons. That's ambassadors and all of the spies that surround them at embassies and embassy staff, from foreign nationals to the United States owns embassy staff. Those are directed by the black dragons. Okay. The black dragons are put in positions of power specifically because they are absolutely willing to go along, to get along with the agenda of the puppet masters. Puppet masters, like, this is why Hillary Clinton was placed over the State Department. The State Department is the spy agency internationally, masquerading as our embassies. The United States embassies, so much of the human trafficking and child trafficking, drug trafficking that was going on are in and out of diplomatic immunity, passports, cars, vehicles, and pouches, diplomatic pouches. That's what gave me my license to kill that was given to me by the United States. Did not come from the Army. It came through the State Department. It came through the Defense Intelligence Agency. It came through these different mechanisms that are deployed in the continental United States against state actors, both foreign and local state citizens. That's why General McChrystal, when he wanted to order a hit on Michael Hastings, he has the phone book to call up operators who are going to do that based off of any amount of money or any amount of political points that could get them the next rank up. So when they want to eliminate a reporter like that and burn him alive in his own vehicle, to Holocaust him in front of everyone while he's telling people the state secrets, that's a message of the masses to try to put people back in those fear camps that we talked about earlier, the fear of death and the fear of men. Those things are very effective to silence whistleblowers, to silence journalists, and to kill people, to neuter people from their First Amendment rights. You know, I'm not comfortable with my tax dollars being used to finance genocide and fratricide and democide. I don't like that whatsoever. And as long as I have a First Amendment right, I'm going to weaponize this microphone in every way, shape, or form I can. I don't have any affiliation with the United States military. There's no reciprocity from them. When I got out from that, and General McChrystal saw to that, when he burned me out of that organization and I got honorably medically discharged, I did not at my disability. I've never walked into a VA. I've never drank from the teat of the United States military so that I could be free to speak the truth without the shackles of, oh no, I don't want to lose my paycheck. Oh no, I don't want to lose my USAA insurance. I've never touched all of that. I have chosen poverty and obscurity so that I could try to be a voice of truth and authenticity. So inspire people that you can come out and speak the secrets and tell the truths, regardless of what they might do to us. We know more than they do. And we, if we work together, can bring this dark information to the light and hold the disgusting perpetrators accountable. And what I can do, Sean, is I can send you the other, there's other paperwork that helps to bring the connection between General Flynn and Stanley McChrystal that's on paper. It's a lot more obfuscated, but I can also just send you the dossier on that. If you want to roll that into that section where you and I were talking about it, that would be beneficial.
Okay, sure.
It's just some of these have informants information on them. So I need to make sure to be careful on how to send those to you and not just screen share them. You know what I'm saying?
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. It's not any of this is not illegal. It's just that it was buried, and operators that were during the teams had to bury this stuff away in secret hard drives so that later on when the public milieu changed, they could bring it out so that they're not executed for doing it. And we're finally kind of reaching that threshold. Okay, where are you? You're in Zoom. So first and foremost here, this is the actual property address for the Alexandra, this street 601, St. Asaph Street. This has a lot of brick buildings that are specifically were built for the actual purposes of the headquarters of the Red Cross and the International Red Cross. These were built to be spy agencies' headquarter buildings back in the early days of World War II. They were connected to the continuity of government, and a lot of the tunnel system that's there in Washington, D.C. in the Beltway to facilitate the moving of clandestine operations and materials in there. This is the place that General Stanley McChrystal, when he was no longer technically the general, and I'll share this one here. This is the resident history notes on that property as well that show this is the place that they established and started their LLC there. That property, and you can see here, this is Stanley McChrystal and Ann McChrystal, the ones who were tenants of that property from 2013 to 2016. That is the time frame for when he founded the McChrystal Group, which I'll pull up their website right now for you guys. If some of you may never heard of these consulting groups or these, but this is where so many of these agents actually operate from.
We didn't see his name on that document, by the way.
Let me pull up a different one then. I shared the wrong one. This is the ownership history of that property there on St. Asaph Street, where General Stanley McChrystal and Ann McChrystal took up residence and signed a lease there. And this is where the foundings of the McChrystal Group, which I'll share their website now, where they actually operated from and utilized that facility as it had been used by some of the other asset managers before him. This is the website for the McChrystal Group and where they operate from. You can see their team, their careers, and the events, the insights. Executing strategy and managing change in remote and virtual environments isn't easy. Learn what your business needs to perform at a high level in our ever-changing world. This is their the place where you can contact them and get them. Here's their about. Okay, we make teams work. During his time leading the Joint Special Operations Command, by the way, this is General Stanley McChrystal now. General Stanley McChrystal developed and implemented the Team of Teams framework to transform a highly bureaucratic organization into an adaptable hybrid system capable of quicker decision-making and transparent communications. Since 2011, McChrystal Group has refined the original methodology, integrating industry best practices and academic insights to advise hundreds of organizations to transform into their own team of teams. McChrystal Group has taken lessons learned from the JSOC story and applied our firsthand experience in the most complex of environments to solve business challenges. Businesses seek smart scale. People crave belonging and meaning, yet more organizations fail to connect business goals with universal human needs, which ultimately hinders their success. Recognizing this gap, McChrystal Group was founded to help organize, tap into the potential of their people and teams to better compete in a complex and interconnected business environments. This is their capabilities for those of you who want to see. And I encourage y'all, this is the heart of the beast that so many of you are trying to figure out, where do these people operate from? This is their address: 333 North Fairfax Street, Suite 100, Alexandria, Virginia. For those of you who would like to go ahead and start digging into the coffers of this organization, this is one of the spider's webs that can launch you into a better understanding of it. And I would encourage you, take your time to deliberately examine the people, the property records of the people that were the founders there alongside General McChrystal at the founding of this, and the people who came along in order to establish the counter-reformation organizations, the counter-truth organizations, to build this up and establish it. But this is all held in the public domain. Nothing that I am sharing with you guys is classified or restricted. It's just not acknowledged. It's just not held in the public conversation very often.
My goodness. All right. Well, it's late at night. I'm crashing hard. I'm losing my voice. You're better at this staying up late thing than I am, Nathan. It's about 11:10 p.m. Central Time. And I want to thank you so much for your time. Final question. Based on that Max Kaiser, Alex Jones exchange, prayer, falling on our knees and begging for divine intervention. Is that about all? Is that our last card left to play? I mean, how else do we extricate ourselves from this?
How do we extricate ourselves from this is a great question, Sean. And I think that there's no way around it. It's going to take hard work, discipline, and a massive amount of repentance, falling on our faces in sackcloth and ashes. Like, actually, there's a reason Nineveh was spared, because Jonah showed up and preached a one-line sermon. He gets puked out of a giant sea monster, shows up on the shore and calls the worst people in the world to repentance. He's like, repent, judgment's at hand. The whole country, from the king of kings of that country to the commoner, the slave, the cows, even the cattle, put sackcloth and ashes on. The whole nation stopped for a day and repented with sincerity. That's what's required in order for us to abstain from the judgments and the justice that's coming down upon our heads. We need people who fall on our faces and repent individually, turn away from the things that we have been doing and turn towards the right things, and ask the Most High to deliver us from the snares of the devil that we have been caught in all our lives, and to give our enemies no longer victory over us, but to make the dread of us be on them in its place.
Friends, if the incredibly unique information that was just conveyed in this interview from this incredibly unique man resonated with you at all, and you want to pay it forward, you could do so by donating to Nathan Reynolds, or buying his book, or at least listening to his book on audio, Snatched from the Flames. This is the website, snatchedfromtheflames.com. What else can we do? How do we help support you, Nathan? I know you never ask anybody for a dime, and you're a man of God, so how do we help you? How do we back you up?
Well, thank you. Those of you that do want to support there, it obviously helps. I'll be continue to fight from the forests and the fence posts of where I've been, or, I'm praying for allies that are always willing to stand boldly and speak the truth no matter the cost. So those of you that do want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me at snatchedfromtheflames@protonmail.com. I know there's a lot of you out there who have been burned and massacred and relegated to obscurity, but you know what? I do my absolute utmost to try to help galvanize people towards the righteous path and towards a path of freedom and truth, and try to inspire you guys to speak the truth. That's more than anything else. The way you can support me is go and do likewise. Take the example of what I'm doing here and run with it. We need a lot of men and women to be inspired to go and do this. That's why I do this the way I do.
God bless you for it too, brother. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy.
All right. I want to jump over to X, because we should be just about there, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let's do a quick refresh here. And it should come up. No reason that anybody should be late. Donald Trump says spaces detailed not available. What's happening here, fellas? I'm sorry, Mr. President and Mr. Corporate CEO owner thingy of X. Yeah, how about that? What's happening? Is this? Oh, somebody made a thing here.
So anyway, then they pick Kamala Harris, and she's even dumber than Joe. How can you be dumber than Joe? Well, these idiots picked the only person in this world who's even more retarded than Sleepy Joe. Believe me. Anyway, Hillary killed Jeffrey Epstein. Obama is gay, and Michelle Obama is a man. Big Mike, believe me.
I will say this, as I'm stuffing my face with food, there's a lot of people having cows about Trump and Elon getting ready to, yeah. Oh boy, yeah. There's, what's this? What's going on here? Yep. Liberals are threatening they're going to do a Twitter blackout during the Trump and Elon space this evening. Literally everyone. Yeah, really? Okay. Yeah. Still nothing here. What's going on, Mr. Elon, Mr. Trump? Let's see what's a hat. Whoop. Nope, I didn't want to go there. Spaces isn't working. Outlook Kuzo and his wife. Yeah. Let's see. Does he have a link for it? That's the pinned comment. Is there a latest? Wow. How come his posts aren't coming up? That's weird. What is going on, guys? Yep. Supposed to be 5 o'clock, right? That's what they said. 5 o'clock. I can't see Elon as somebody who's not going to be punctual. Has it already crashed? Well, you know what I want to check? I want to check and see if maybe, just maybe, let's see, let's go to, let's go here and see if it comes up on here. Live. Is there anything live? Nope. Was it? You say Benny Johnson's got it? I really don't. Yeah, because you notice all the podcasts are no longer over there. So I don't even know if anybody's still here from X. Yeah, it's still showing 405 people. And so we got 159 people here from on X. Let's see. Oh, really? I've got to subscribe to him in order to watch it. That's not cool. Absolutely not cool. Let's see if Shipwreck's got it going. Says unable to join. Tesla channel has it on YouTube. That's ridiculous. This should be like the interview of the flipping century. And it's not being made available to everybody. What the fuck? Yeah, what happens anytime I try to play anything off of YouTube?
This is like, remember when he launched Truth and everybody was trying to get their account like right away and you had to wait and it was a huge mess. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm about to give up.
Yeah. It appears that everybody's having a hard time. Let's see if older millennials got it. And I don't know, it seems like my internet has been slowed. It says that he's been live for 30 minutes, so.
Looks like we're fucked. Nobody can watch.
For fuck's sake.
For anyone struggling with high blood
go.
sugar, do not drink cold water. Did you know type 2 diabetes is a completely reversible condition? You may not
On the
know this, but the
SpaceX channel.
biological reason why people struggle with type 2 has nothing to do with how many carbs or sugars you eat. A November 2023 study from University of Dusseldorf in Germany found that there are these sticky protein-filled cells clogging up the part of the pancreas that produces insulin. So sugar builds up in the kidneys and is then forced back into your bloodstream, pushing your levels higher and higher. More importantly, these same scientists discovered a simple 10-second technique anyone can use starting tonight, which is now clinically proven to restore sugar levels back to normal, regardless of your age or current condition. All without medications, injections, strict diets, or exercises. And it works like crazy. This natural bedtime hack is so confidential, the $50 billion diabetes treating industry is fighting to ban this video from the internet. As this
Skip this ad. Let's go ahead and skip
Hey
the
guys,
next one.
Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you, does inflation
but
feel
we're trying to
worse
get
than
to your
what we're being
dad.
told? That's because
As much as
One
possible. We're not going to miss anything. Hey, Alexa, are you still in the space?
Yeah, so I have it open on
Alright.
my phone. I can still have I can still hear the music.
Right.
It did some
It's-
yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
capacity.
Elon is still showing up in mine,
we
but
did a
like,
space with Tucker that had
like, we all know,
55,000
we
people
don't know how updated
watching.
it is, and you know we
Listen,
kind of expected
and-
it, unfortunately.
Well,
because,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it went well.
Let's see. So if SpaceX is showing it, they're not putting a link up there for it. That's for sure. Yeah. And, you know, I hate to say it, but you know that these guys are not going to be late for this. You know what I mean? This is not when you got every troll in the world that dreamed of having Donald Trump and Elon Musk in the same chat. You know dang well that ain't nobody going to miss that. You know what I mean? Yeah. A lot of people are saying that they're playing it, but nobody's playing it. I mean, if Shipwreck and them aren't getting it, come on.
Yeah, Benny is out too. So is the quartering. He's not able to get it either. We're trying to do it from both of our phones. Yeah, it's. I did, but I did not hear anything. We'll turn on some elevator music of our own. Did he get in?
Okay, I don't know how many times I got to say, if I try to open YouTube and play something from YouTube, we're going to have issues.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Nothing.
So I guess I got to go back and trim out a whole bunch of the podcast. Were they talking the jibber jab, or were they just talking?
I'm trying
about-
to at least like get it on my phone, because if we can get it on our phones, I can hook up my Bluetooth to this and you guys will be able to hear it through the mic.
The countdown. Where are you seeing the countdown at? I'm not seeing a countdown.
Everyone's getting the same thing, yeah.
And I like pay for Twitter, so there shouldn't be a problem with us being able to watch it on Spaces, you know. Yeah, see, everybody's having trouble getting on Trump Spaces right now. Even James Woods is speaking out about it. President Trump broke the internet. Literally. These kids got the wrong idea about it. Don't they know when when you's toes to toes, your nose is in it, and when you nose to nose, your toes is in it. Come on now. Nothing wrong with a tall woman. What? Everybody giving me directions. Everybody giving me instructions. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. See, I don't know how anybody else can be playing it if Spaces is shut down. Then what's this here?
Look, I'm not taking them off. I don't give a fuck. I'm not taking shit off. You crazy as hell. I'm not doing it. Thank you. What are you talking about? Because I don't want to let me out the door. Okay, fuck it. Give my shoes too. Give me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I take my shoes. Y'all so petty. Get the fuck on my face. Y'all just want to be with around me. Y'all so thirsty. Boy, you talking to me. I don't give a shit. Look, I'm not taking them off. I don't give a fuck. I'm not taking shit off. You crazy as hell. I'm not doing it. Thank you. What are you talking about?
Yeah. People are yeah. Losing their flipping minds.
Arrest. This has not had enough attention in my view, but it's what happened. We will fix that, but we can't fix it to arrest. This has not had
What am I seeing here?
enough attention in my view, but it's what happened. We will fix that, but we can't fix it to arrest.
Yeah. No, because they got to be allowing podcasts because I'm still live there. I still got 161 people watching over on X. And you guys are awesome for sticking with me through this. Yeah. Yeah. But then again, that's not on Spaces. We're just podcasting too. Maybe that's what the difference is. Yeah, that could be. Could be. Breaking Trump campaign office in Ashburn, Virginia was broken into. Police are searching for this man who burglarized the campaign office. Anybody who has information, is asked to please contact authorities, 571-918-1869. If you know that blurry pictured guy, then go get him. Yeah. Get him. Guy tries to drive off on Put his foot under the tire and run it over yourself. Yeah. Tried to drive off instead of taking the ticket. Parking illegally. Yep. Emergency alert. Putin evacuated from the Kremlin. I closed off the comments on this because too many nasty ones.
Ukraine has invaded Russia, and they are quickly advancing deeper and deeper into Russia. They have conquered probably half of the Kursk Oblast by now, and they're continuing to make gains, even probably right now as you're watching this video. Okay, so Russia has lost control of the Kursk Oblast. The Ukrainian Air Force is now flying its fighter jets freely over the Kursk Oblast, and they're just within a few miles of downtown Kursk and the Kursk nuclear power plant. So Putin appears to have been evacuated from the Kremlin. Some people are saying that they're moving gold out of the Kremlin on these helicopters. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but this appears to be Putin's Marine One leaving the Kremlin earlier this evening. And apparently Ukrainian drones are attacking the Chelykovsky Air Base in Moscow now, which is home to a number of Russian special mission aircraft, including Putin's Doomsday planes, okay, and Putin's Air Force One. Let me play some video footage for you. Here we have Russian air defenses attempting to shoot down some of these Ukrainian drones. So that sounds like the Pantsir air defense system, which is basically like a really large machine gun. So this is absolutely insane, guys. And here we have video footage that was taken from the Kursk Oblast showing a Ukrainian Sukhoi 27 flying freely over the Kursk Oblast. Okay, Russia has lost air control or air dominance over their own territory, and this is extremely concerning because this is exactly the type of situation that Russia could use as an excuse to nuke Ukraine. We know that Russia has been doing tactical nuclear weapons exercises the last 2 months, and they're currently in phase 3 of their tactical nuclear weapons exercises. So they're ready to go. They're ready to launch. Okay, they have the Iskander missiles. They have all kinds of things that they can use. And unfortunately, I think that we could see this happen soon, maybe before the next president, most likely before the next president, if it is going to happen, because right now, Putin knows that he's dealing with a lame duck president and a president that has shown fear to him. Okay, Biden has shown fear. The Western countries have shown fear. And so now is the perfect time for Putin to do this. He's not going to do it when Trump takes over, that's for sure, because Putin is scared of Trump. And so I am very, very concerned that he's suddenly giving a world address tomorrow. And he already had an emergency meeting with his chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, and his new defense minister earlier in the week. Okay. And before I continue with the breaking news, I wanted to mention the sponsor for this update, which is My Patriot Supply. Guys, My Patriot Supply is doing their most aggressive discount yet on their 3-month emergency food supply. And to get the deal, you got to go to preparewithnyprepper.com. They've lowered the price of their 3-month food supply from $800 down to $500. 3 months of emergency food for $500. That is a really good deal, and it will last you 25 years because it is freeze dried and it's all packed within 6 rugged water resistant buckets. So you have all that food in a small package. You can store that pretty much anywhere, and you can also take it with you if you have to bug out. You can throw that
Yeah, we. All right, let's go back up to the top here and see if anything else comes up. But yeah, if it's not going to be here in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to go ahead and shut down for the day. And we can always watch it again tomorrow if they get it up there. Massive. Here you go. Here, Elon says. Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, worst case, we will proceed with a small number of live listeners and post the conversation later. So, yeah, and they're not coming up on the list at all. So, yeah, just and he says we tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. There appears to be a massive DDoS system or DDoS account. Yeah, because he had a thing where they were playing they did a video game of all things. Okay, he pulled up a video game and started doing that because of the fact that because of the amount of bandwidth that it is to play from a yeah, TG, I just said that they had a DDoS attack. But he was on while I was cooking. I was scanning X to see if I could see a thing, inviting people to come and listen. And I saw that he was testing the system, and there were over 8 million people watching him play the game. And there was no problem. The chat was flowing perfectly fine. No problem whatsoever. Yeah. So, all right. Yeah. You want to talk about secret societies pulling some shit. That's basically what it boils down to, right? Really, seriously, that's what it boils down to. The fact that these people have such influence over all of these the tools that we use on a daily basis, is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, if I was allowed to go live on Truth Social, we'd be on there every day too. You know what I mean? Yeah, bringing X and all the other platforms over to one place, and go from there. Yeah, that could be, yeah, that would be awesome and interesting. But we're not seeing that ability there on Truth Social yet, and then you got so many platforms that want you to pay to be on them anyways. It's like Rumble is like $10 to $20 a month, somewhere in there. I don't know exactly how much it is, but I haven't even wasted the time doing it because I don't want to get started over there and not be able to fund the next month and then the next month and then the next month and everything else. So I have no idea what the hell's going on here. Dude sucker punched security. What's going on? Run. You can't hit him with a flashlight or a baton. Hit him in the head with a baton. Run. I'm doing it with a fist. Yeah. So here's the Elon Musk reports. Elon reported a massive DDoS attack on X during a scheduled conversation with former President Donald Trump. The attack disrupted the live event, prompting Musk to consider proceeding with a smaller audience and posting the conversation later. The incident sparked widespread discussion and speculation about the motives behind the attack. with some suggesting it was an attempt to prevent the conversation from taking place. Musk and his team are actively working to resolve the issues and mitigate the impact of the attack. So, yeah. They're trying to silence us and him. They don't like it. Oh my God, Donald Trump has returned to X. Oh my God. Get over it. Grow up. Become relevant, you know? But it's impossible for these people to become relevant because of the fact that all they carry is hate and discontent in their hearts, and and that's it. That's it. That's all they care. My stuff. Hold on, what's this? I'm sitting in between them. I'm sitting right in between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Holy crap. I know I won't be there. Oh, now I got moved over. Thanks a lot, Elon. What the heck? I was in between. Did you see that? I was in between them. I didn't even have time to grab my camera and take a picture and say, look who I'm sitting here with. And Stacy, thank you very much for that donation. I get a couple of gallons of milk again. Yeah. If I take a screenshot of it later, yeah. I was like, what? Irate. Oh my God. What am I going to do? But it looks like they're getting ready to go back into it. So we'll stick around. We'll stick around. You guys just got to listen to me jibber jabber to you while we're waiting on them to get this thing started. Let's get the party started. I mean, not that either of them would have a faintest clue in the world as to who I am, but I like them both. I mean, I do have questions about Elon, but that's primarily because of I think more about SpaceX and then about that lady who claimed that he's the Antichrist, or the one that gives out the mark for the Antichrist. Where the puppies? Puppies! Here, take the fork. Easy, don't take the fork. Dang it. No, you gotta share some with the little little puppies gotta get some too. You can't eat it like that. Take it all. I'm only giving you that extra because uh-oh. Sounds like okay, let me mute me. I'm 864,000 other listeners right now. I see Donald Trump, but I don't see Elon. Maybe Elon's testing to make sure that things aren't going to go haywire. Here you go, Scout. There you go, Jacob. Gizmo. Good boy. Raphael. Here. Come and get it. Raphael. Come and get it. Roar. Why you gotta be so tough on me? Okay. Here you go, buddy. What are you trying to take my fork for? Jacob, be good. Okay, take it. Take it and go. Take it. Not the fork. All right, I gotta put that down, guys. Okay. I wish I could click this microphone button and say, "Hey, Donald, I love you," as my president. Not in that way. Only in that way, not in any other way. I was on Unawake Thoughts, and he said Elon put a massive D. Yeah. Yes. Well, Elon didn't put out a massive DDoS. Somebody else did a DDoS on Elon and Donald's spaces. So, but I'm sitting right next to Donald Trump in the waiting room right now. Look at that. Probably the closest I'll ever get. Yeah. Listen, Donald and Elon, I'll send you my StreamYard link and you guys come on here. How about that? The only thing is about every 45 minutes to an hour, I get to drop my Cash App. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'll send you both the link right now. That would be, oh my Lord. Oh. Maybe T will come to the bonfire jam session later, like you dreamed. I really want to have a conversation about it, Kabner, because those dreams go a lot more into things than you can imagine, this is what I'll tell you, because I'm really not supposed to discuss too much of it, but this much I will tell you: one location will be dealing with kids, the other location will be dealing with veterans. So that's just that's from the dreams. That's exactly what's going to happen, and I already know who I'll be working with. Everything all the way down the line. If those dreams come true, then yeah, big changes, but yeah, that's the two things passionate to my heart. Doing everything we can to help vets and doing everything that we can for traumatized children. Oh, Elon's back. Now I'm sitting next to Elon. Pushy. moved me over like that. Didn't even say excuse me. You could have left the music going, brother. 962,000 viewers, listeners. They can't hear us, thankfully. You guys really need to start talking, though. Lots of comments.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like,
can you guys hear it?
Basically, hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated.
Okay.
We've
I'm gonna mute
we've
myself.
overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation. So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And
Yeah.
So we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very. I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly. And we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter. And so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle, and all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now.
it's a sign. Maybe that's a sign.
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and at that moment.
That's right.
The bullet, Mr. Hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean,
the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, I'd like to give the family some kind of help. And I said, all right, that's great. He said, do you mind? I said, I don't mind at all. And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, she said, this is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back, which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of money for them and for two other gentlemen who are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought, my first question was, because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous, thousands and thousands of people. And there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. He's been with them for 23 years. And he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act. And it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun very far away. I obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up there with him. So
I mean that's clearly he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean there does seem to be some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away. That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen?
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people, because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and Trump all over it, and she's screaming. That guy's got a gun. You saw it probably. There's a guy up there with a gun.
I mean, it's like I guess. I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are basically people wondering by it, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. Look, it's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums, at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down, and it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. There were many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede. Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down, but the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing. And these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered. And
I mean,
that was the big thing.
I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick, like, what is the favorite? So if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building. The roof of that building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no, that would have been the spot. What people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast. And maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he
but as you
got
say,
me, but
he
it
would have
could have
hit.
been, it could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, there was it was a very near thing.
It was
so,
a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head, I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would not be talking.
I mean, you'd be talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been And if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And that happens often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I found admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And
Right.
so
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood up before the hand, before the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty amazing. It was a terrible thing, but it was
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn, that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration slide. Maybe this, maybe this is worth talking about that.
It was
that slide. That slide saved
you're
your
right.
life.
No, the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it was, and I had to be at that exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. saved by illegal immigration.
The incredible thing, though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the incredible thing is that the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment. It's always on my left, never my right. And it's always at the end of the speech. So here we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that,
and
Yeah, yeah.
you know that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it
Yeah.
would have been a very different story. It's very much, I say, an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted? with the
Well, I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey, killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you were
prior to
saying,
being so horribly
so-
interrupted.
yeah.
But
Yeah, so rudely interrupted by an
Yeah,
assassination
so I was-
attempt.
but the chart.
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart,
yeah.
but that was the lowest
Yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Holman and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes.
Sure.
And in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that. But they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal
Yes.
immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell a difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job in the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you look at
it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective
Yeah.
government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah, no, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border, and
Secure elections, too.
you know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our essential services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. But as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are going to, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion, but some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's, if somebody's like has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
insane.
right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it, but you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're allowing,
think you're
again,
right,
they're
yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're delivering them into.
That's what Castro did.
Yeah,
that,
well, he
you know,
did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters, and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happen today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country. And they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say
Sure.
she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
had nothing to do with the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was the
Well-
border czar, and people
Yeah, yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known what happened. You could shut the border down. He wouldn't even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
Whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly.
These are
people can look at my video and say, hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
these are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years, we have 20 million people for it. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't have a country left. Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
I think this is a super important point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico less.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few % of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything.
We're already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming from the Congo, and 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they're dropped. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back. but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
just
They're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb, everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So,
Well, Elon, we're going to have to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. Same with other countries.
Sure.
Some are 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it? And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow. One of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated. And I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different. Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way.
They just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it. And we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
I think you make an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would rightfully be. I mean, but look at that the footage with the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like. Whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That's if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to fund. And this pathetic president gets in there. And the first thing he did, one of the early things he did is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline, that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Right?
sense. It's like it's inconsistent. Certainly, but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts it puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know Putin, I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough, they're smart, they're vicious, and they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these
Yeah.
are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass. They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, all the different things.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they
Those
were.
like
They were
absolutely-
epic. Everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger, and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden, I got a call from him, and they said they want to meet. They want to meet me, and we met.
Yeah.
As you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam, and I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama, President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage. So
yes, I mean it's because people like Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well,
And
he and I had a good relationship. Remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say. Let's bring up Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. You know, I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, you know, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. You know, Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And you know, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, you know, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. You know, they've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force. Yeah. And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
No, I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity. And, you know, it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from 100%. Other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that
Absolutely,
they can't
sure.
buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen. And it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No,
you.
they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes, absolutely.
But the big thing now is the
Well, and
economy, Elon.
yeah.
And as much as
Yeah.
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening. And we'll end that
Well,
quickly.
I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services,
Right.
that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending. And we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest.
And it keeps
I
growing.
rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military, did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI. And I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending
Yes.
and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so that the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does?
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it, like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000%. They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense. And Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity, but it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people, and so I think we should not be complacent in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run. Sure. And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well. But they'll actually be forced to do better, because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English, as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, too much. I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
It's just people moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job, and they're crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
that's the only thing that's
that.
going to get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter and it was very nasty
yeah.
for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well,
deal.
the people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation. And if
Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for every one we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for, almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where
I mean,
you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I just say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like ANWR. I got ANWR in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's ANWR. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more, aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we want to just move over and if I don't know 50 to 100 years from now we're I don't know mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and it's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla is trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, this sexy joke, Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, So, but I'm a big fan of like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing
Right.
people.
I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first. But it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great And when I talk
Yeah,
about
nuclear power is underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation
Absolutely.
is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
maybe they'll have to change the name. The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas like
it's rough
like when
name.
you see what happened in
bad branding.
Right,
The
we'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. No, it has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right about it.
It's
amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well,
really
that's great.
not
That's
something
great.
that
That's great.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
What they've done to this country.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use the local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay. I looked at him today on the beach and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly not, I mean, he's clearly like, we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously
president,
the
and
case.
she's going to be worse than him
Um,
because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our
Yeah.
country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than
well,
Trump.
yeah,
I want a wall.
I think that's,
You know, she
yeah,
wants to release all the
yeah.
prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She
Yeah.
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200
Yeah.
miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not
Yeah.
true. This is simply
No,
not
and
true.
everybody
Yeah,
knows it's
simply
not true. It's a disgrace that she
Yeah.
can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie
Um,
Sanders. She is considered
Yeah.
more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic. And if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all
Yeah.
of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a
Yeah,
sudden
yeah,
she's
yeah.
saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. You know, like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard
Yeah.
thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly
that's,
disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's
Yeah.
appropriate, swamped. But they
Yeah.
swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles,
Sure.
they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole
Yeah.
place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
she'll be worse than him because she's a believer
Yeah, no,
in
I
being
think you're right.
radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, you know, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it. because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala is moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her
so I
her
think
running
that-
mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
all
that's
I have
weird.
to hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means she believes in that too. I mean,
Yeah, that's
she
not
picked
okay.
this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean I'm just stating my opinion. Now you know you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. Wouldn't you say as us? And they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from. In this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. in many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now they've taken advantage
Yeah,
of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's true.
So this is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or even standing together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe I think part of what people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent. And when I debated him, I was like, is this for real? It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels. We've already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah,
you don't even need much structure. Assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world. That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains where there is a danger there, with people, with crazy people. It's much safer, much better. And, it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take sort of like, I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives. I think I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative. Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years. And it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done. Somebody signs, you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it, but if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done. And I got it done, and it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would
Yeah.
work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just, in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
wow.
I think in terms of people
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over. I mean, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's going to, and they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this? And I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats, and you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast. and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So,
and I just want to, I want to
think,
congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. You know, we can talk, you and I can talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars, so many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before. And if you look at my record, I've actually been, I'm not like, sometimes they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and, solar and batteries, helping them with the environment. And I actually, I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president. And, so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself, historically a moderate Democrat. But now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country. I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. And obviously, we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. Her dad is literally, she was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture. And I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road, and
true.
And I think it will take the path to, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself. But I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. And so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tisch. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities. We want secure borders. We want sensible government spending. We want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system. Just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like. And how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are just that's just common sense, and that's. I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand. The whole. They call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go, you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rates coming down and our crime rates going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely. And it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes. And then you arrest the violent criminal and then the DA, doesn't prosecute and just let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
if nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling that, when there was that case where, sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York. And then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail. And I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States. And that's how, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, the MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here, and their countries took them back. And because I said you're not getting any more economic aid, and once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama.
yeah.
They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So if it's you can't have repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. Yeah. And I didn't need this. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's got to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is, like, we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about, and that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against I'm not like, I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry, because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think, and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money. And then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military, we did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have used them had I known. Now I know everybody, and I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice, otherwise we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. Has been, to me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people. A great inspiration, and I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up, and I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election, and I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. So that was the Spaces. Yep. That was the Spaces. Yeah. Already following both of them. And there's the recording, of course. But we did it live. We did it live. We found it. We got it. I've seen posts where other people get to sit next to them instead. And I was like, dang nabbit. I thought it was going to come up on everybody said I was next to them. And it doesn't. It only comes up on yours like that. I'm like, dang nabbit. I thought that, I was waiting to see. I wonder who this guy is sitting next to us. But no, I didn't get that. Yep. All right. So that was Donald Trump and Elon Musk for the win. And it was great. It was a great interview. Great conversation. I shouldn't say interview because it was a conversation. They said it was going to be a conversation at the beginning of it. And that's exactly what it turned out to be. So with that, I'm tired. I'm done. I can only keep going like this for so long. And I'm tired. So remember, our Father, the Creator of both heaven and earth, He loves you. His Son, Jesus Christ, He loves you. And I love you We'll see you again tomorrow.